Members of the public, and welcome to this last meeting of the Council in 2018. As you know, the Council is scheduled to meet 5 times during the year, but this year we actually had 10 meetings, so I think we've been working hard. Can I offer a special welcome to Councillor Drysdale on her first meeting, and congratulations on winning the by-election on the 13th of December 2018 in the Dean Glenkens ward. Before we turn to the important business we have before us on the agenda today, can we first congratulate the Tackling Poverty Reference Group, who recently did the Council proud in winning a COSLA Excellence Gold Award, acknowledging our anti-poverty work as an example of best practice, which is delivered in innovative and creative ways. This award is incredibly significant in highlighting the work which all of our services, partners and volunteers are delivering within our region. The award recognises that our Council is achieving best practice, and we've also already been contacted by other local authorities to discuss our approach to tackling poverty. So on behalf of all members, I would wish to place on record our congratulations and appreciation for this work, as it goes to the heart of our Council plan's commitment to protect our most vulnerable people. Thank you. I would also like to advise members that this morning our Armed Forces champion, Councillor Archie Driver, the Deputy Leader, and myself, along with Colonel Sandy Fitzpatrick, Deputy Commander of the 51 Infantry Brigade and Army HQ Scotland, were delighted to again sign the Armed Forces Covenant, which reaffirms the commitment of the Council and the D&G Community Planning Partnership to work with the Armed Forces community to uphold and promote the principles of the Covenant. We will be considering the Covenant and the Employer Recognition Award at Agenda Item 6, and I will ask Councillor Driver to tell us a bit more about that. At this point, Colonel Sandy Fitzpatrick is in the audience at the moment, and welcome to him to Dumfries and Galloway. Rona, can you provide the SEDERUNT and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Leader. We have apologies from Councillors Charteris, Howie, Karen Crothers and Councillor Ronnie. And as we start the meeting, Councillor Scobie is not yet present.
Thank you. I think there's a train coming here. Do any members have a declaration of interest they wish to make? No. Okay, we have 3 minutes of Council to approve. Agenda item 4 is the minutes of the previous meeting of the item 3. Minutes of the previous meeting of the 25th of September at 10:30, which is the Community Council's schedule. Are you happy to? I propose that's correct minute.
I'm happy to second that, Leader.
Okay. Item 4 is the minutes of the previous meeting of the 25th of September 2018 at 10:45. I propose those minutes.
Likewise, happy to second.
Everybody agreed? Item 5, the minutes of the previous meeting of the 22nd of October. Again, I propose those as a correct minute.
And happy to second.
And can I advise members that with regard to item 6, I did write to the Chancellor of the Exchequer and our 2 local MPs about universal credit as instructed by Council. I have received responses from the Chancellor and from the 2 MPs, and I can make those available to any councillor who wishes to see them. Okay. If we move on to agenda item number 6, which is the Armed Forces Covenant, and the purpose of the report is to provide members with an update on Dumfries and Galloway Council's Armed Forces Covenant, which we signed this morning. The Covenant was first signed over 9 years ago, and we considered it appropriate that we should reaffirm our commitment to our servicemen and women and their families. I'm also delighted to confirm that the Council's recent success on being awarded a Gold Award by the Ministry of Defence Employer Recognition Scheme, that we were one of only 5 public and private sector organisations in Scotland to be presented with this award last month, and we have that here for people to see. We narrowly missed out last year, so delighted that we've actually achieved it this year. And I would also like to congratulate Councillor Archie Driver on his achievement of attaining a Special Contribution Award at the Local Government Information Unit Scotland Awards. As we all know, Councillor Driver has worked tirelessly as the Council's Armed Forces champion, and I and others were delighted to nominate him for this award. I don't know if Councillor Driver, do you have the award with you? You can see that.
Stick it under a door.
You say that LGIU went to no expense spared in presenting awards, but it's actually the reasons for which the award was presented which are important. Councillor Driver, would you like to say a few words about the re-signing of the Covenant, the Gold Employer Recognition Scheme, and indeed on your own beautiful award?
Thank you, Leader. Members, can I firstly thank you all for reaffirming the Armed Forces Covenant, a slight change from the previous, and that the Community Covenant and the Commercial Covenant has been placed in the one area of the Armed Forces Covenant. It is usual at this time of year to wish all our armed forces who are working on our behalf to keep us safe a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, especially those who are out of the country and in conflict areas. The safest passage and return to their families is wished. We also think of at this time the wives, the husbands, partners and parents, as well as the children who especially feel the absence of their serving parents at this time. Secondly, can I thank all those leaders of groups who supported the nomination for the award which I received on the 29th of November in Edinburgh for special contributions, mainly for the Armed Forces work. However, I do feel that saving someone's life is actually up amongst there about feeling good as well. I could not do that work that I try and do without the support of members, officers and all the people who work for the Council and voluntary ex-forces organisations. The work we have done in the last 4 years confirmed to me the high regard we hold our forces personnel, past and present, in the World War I commemoration events in Dumfries and Galloway from Quinton's Hill, the Pack Up Your Trouble weekend, the Munitions Girl, working with reservists and cadets, the VC events, the Armed Forces Day parades, and from the Council and far beyond, have shown that we want to, when we can, fly the Forces flag with pride. As I said, the volunteers are really important. None more so than a person I've asked to come today who coordinates the Veterans Garden up at the Crichton. Mark Harper. Mark, can I ask you to stand up, please? Members will be aware that we've moved the Veterans Garden up to the Crichton from Carnsarlock, and Mark organised the open day along with a few others after many months of pruning and getting the garden area into the fit state it is, even getting our Lord Lieutenant to enter on the back of a motorbike, which she told me she really enjoyed, and well done to Fiona for actually doing that. It has not been all plain sailing and without challenge, especially as we deal with other groups in the same area who might not know the mindset of veterans with mental health issues. Without the likes of Mark to assist, I'm sure the garden would not be as good as it is today. And with the support from Council, we look forward to bringing those Victorian greenhouses back into existence to work with other community garden groups, especially in the winter time, once it is back up and running. So Mark, from myself, and I'm sure all the members here, can I thank you for the continuing work you do, hard as it is at times. Thank you. I can confirm that all other organisations, SAFRO, SACRO, Legion Scotland, NHS, RFCA, Combat Stress, and yes, the Crichton Trust want this to be a success. Members, on behalf of Legion Scotland Ireland Branch, I handed over a cheque this morning for £1,200 for raised beds for a future plan we have in the garden for disabled veterans and family members. I'm looking forward to that work being completed in the new year. Because of the work we have done with the VC and commemoration events, we have been invited to the Scottish Parliament to display the excellent work that has been done with our communities over the last few years. I believe it's in March month, but I will confirm this as soon as the date is given to me. And Norman Drummond has asked all councils to come that have done VC events and the like. The council should be very proud of itself for the support you have given, and you rightly deserve the award of gold from Reserve Forces and Cadets Association. Colin Votes is also here from Reserve Forces and Cadets Association as well. And it will sit with pride of place beside our bronze and silver awards at the main reception area as you come into this building. Can I thank you all once again for all your support? And I reiterate, I could not lead it without your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Driver. Open up for members' debate, questions or comment. Councillor Wilson and then Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. I think I just wanted to share a quick story. I was happy to help Archie organise a thank you event for veterans earlier this year. But at that event, there was a particular young guy who came in. Didn't necessarily come for the thank you event itself. And I'd asked him, he was wanting to speak to Archie, but Archie was, no surprise, talking to somebody else for some considerable time. And I got talking to this guy, and I was like, when he was asking me what actually is this event, he didn't realise what it was. And I had said, do you know Archie? He's like, no, I've just came because I'm in a bit of a bad way after leaving the forces, not quite sure what to do with myself, and I've heard that Archie's really good with this type of thing, and I think it just, for me, really hit home the real difference on the ground that Archie makes, and I think it really is an unsung hero. And going back to what Kenny was saying earlier, certainly as a hero, I can't think of how many people that Archie's most probably helped in the most difficult of times and really helped them from averting, disaster in their own life. So I think just well done, Archie.
Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. Just to reiterate a lot of the stuff that's been said about both the Council and Achieving Award and Councillor Dryborough. I went along to Carn Salach when the garden was there, and the difference that made to some of the veterans was tremendous. I think this is a good report, and I think we should be endorsing everything in here and agreeing the recommendations as laid out.
Thanks, Councillor Hislop. Councillor John Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I would just like to say everything that everybody's already said here. I didn't realise just how much effort that Councillor Dryborough has put in since being a councillor for the last year or so. His personal contributions has been outstanding. It was a well-recognised award and thoroughly deserved, including for the Council being only 1 in 5 organisations from Scotland, as you rightly said, Leader. But I was also delighted to support Councillor Dryborough for his motion of Poppy Scotland, because I believe that the armed forces, members serving, and everybody else that has something to do, they don't seem to get the help that's required, or some of them don't anyway. So I'd be thoroughly delighted to congratulate the Council and Archie Dryborough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Okay, anything further? Councillor Crothers and Councillor McCall.
Just a very small point. I think we're very grateful for Archie's efforts and we thank him very much for that. But somebody said it was about the group leaders, but just for reassurance for Archie, it was a whole group collective decision on our perspective, which I certainly delivered, but it was the whole Conservative group was behind Archie getting this. They felt very supportive in regards to the efforts that he's made over many years.
So it was clear at the last council meeting that there was support right across the chamber for Archie's efforts. Councillor McComb.
Thank you, Leader. Through Archie's membership of the Louis McGuffey Commemoration Committee, I've had a small insight into some of the work that he is involved in. And I can say that without a shadow of a doubt, his award of a special contribution is extremely well merited. Thank you, Councillor McComb. Any further comment? Can we move on to the recommendations, which is, first of all, to endorse the re-signing of the Armed Forces Covenant? Colleagues, happy to do so. Okay. Recommendation 2 is commend the recent success in receiving a Gold Award. Good. And the third is to congratulate Councillor Dryborough. Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 7, which is the Council's preparations for the United Kingdom's exit from the European Union. This report provides elected members with information about the Council's preparations for the UK's exit from the European Union. When I requested this report, I had not anticipated that the Brexit situation would be quite so nebulous at this stage.
However, whatever our individual views are on Brexit, I'm sure we all wish to be assured that the Council is taking action to prepare for a deal or no deal, particularly as the latter could have significant effect on traffic through the port at Cairnryan and on the surrounding infrastructure. Martin Ogilvie and Andrew Reid are here to assist with any questions members may have on the report, and I now open it up to members' debate. Councillor Bell and Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Leader. Just obviously reading this report here, and obviously there's been consequences for agriculture in various sectors across Dumfries and Galloway Council. At the end of the day, we've had a democratic vote. There certainly won't be having another referendum. I certainly don't want another referendum. We've had a democratic vote in this country, so we can put that to bed. But looking at this, I think we maybe should put this to the Audit and Scrutiny Committee to see what risks are involved and see what we can do here. So I think we need to send it to that committee as well. I see it's mentioned in the report going to Policy and Resources, but I think we should be scrutinise this a wee bit further.
Thanks. Councillor Hagman, followed by Councillor Dougie Campbell and Councillor David James.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I don't think any councillor can be sitting here feeling content and happy with the current situation that we're in politically at all in regards to Brexit. There seems to be somewhat questions and chaos coming out every minute almost. My question is actually much more of a practical question. We've got on our report progress to date on 3.13, and it mentions how many EU nationals we as a council are directly employing, of 94. There's no mention, however, in the report of how many EU nationals are actually living in Dumfries and Galloway, and how we as a council are supporting those individuals, because these are people, these are friends of mine who are actually sitting at home worried and concerned about their futures, their families' futures. So it's not just employees of the council that we need to be aware of, it's actually everybody who's living in our region. So my question is, how are we supporting them as an organisation?
Andrew?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I've not got the figure in front of me, but we have got a latest sort of census, which is around about 2,000 EU nationals living in the area. The progress on the UK settlement scheme, we'll be working with businesses to support them for their employees, and we'll be doing more promotion as time progresses. At the moment, we're working with our 94 staff. The scheme's going through its final trial. When it becomes public, then we'll continue to promote that out to the wider audience.
Councillor Hagman?
Thank you, Leader, for letting me come back. It's good to know that there is something happening. My thoughts were wondering, when we had the universal credit rollout, we were able to provide our staff with specialist training to support those. Are we providing our staff with specialist training to support our EU nationals within the region as well, like we did with the universal credit rollout?
We've not gone through that process because we're still waiting for the finalisation of the UK settled scheme as it goes through its trial period. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't be looking at how we can support people.
Okay. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. My question has been partially covered by Councillor Bell's comments in relation to member scrutiny in preparation for exiting the European Union. A note at 3.12, reference to Directorates refreshing business continuity plans. I think it goes without saying that probably no one in this room will fully understand the implications of a crash out of Europe. But what I would like to ask is, will the refreshed business continuity plans, which will be very important and will need to be very robust and flexible, will they be brought to the Policy and Resources Committee on the 24th of January to give members the opportunity to consider if the preparations are adequate for what may transpire?
I can see no reason why it shouldn't come to P&R. Indeed. Martin, do you want to say something a bit more about that?
So all the council services and directorates have got business continuity plans, and we took a paper to CMT about a month ago requiring all directorates to go back and look at their own plans, particularly through the lens of an EU exit and particularly through the lens of a no-deal scenario, which could be as soon as the 29th, 30th of March. So they're doing that. I mean, these documents sit within the directorates, think I could probably take advice off table as to whether and what we bring back, but there are generic plans that deal with an all contingencies approach that we've used in the past. We need, obviously, as the no deal scenario and as the Scottish planning assumptions are refined, and they are being refined almost on a daily basis, and we know now the kind of different scenarios that we're faced, and some of these are particular to Dumfries and Galloway. There will be the need, I think, for some bespoke working groups to look at some of the scenarios, and Karen Ryan and the impact on the 75 would certainly be one. The rest are going to be refining the generic business continuity plans so that they're ready for any scenario.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for that. It still begs the question, will members get the opportunity to consider the adequacy of the business continuity plans? My concern is, in having, as Councillor Drysdale has in recent weeks spoken to an awful lot of people who are very worried about the implications of Brexit, and as ward councillors, we're accountable to our constituents who are asking questions, and they need to know, and we need to know, what preparations are in place by the council for whatever may transpire. And again, I would like to ask the question, can this come to Policy and Resources Committee, or at least full council, before the end of March?
I think the intention was that a report should come to Policy and Resources, and it would cover some of these points. We may be a bit clearer about what's actually happening by the time of next Policy and Resources meeting, so there will be a better position to assess whether. I mean, obviously, some aspects of it I think are confidential at the moment, partly because we don't want to panic people, and certain, the worst case scenarios could be quite serious, and we obviously don't want to create an anxiety that doesn't need to be there. Councillor James, then got Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Hislop, and Councillor Maitland.
Good morning, Chair. As a sufferer of imposter syndrome, I hope you'll be gentle with me as we go. You had no dog in the fight last week, but you will have noticed that D is for Drysdale, and D and G is not for Scottish independence. The new councillor will no doubt turbocharge our top team as it plots and prepares to take over the administration next year. We're in the festive time and we're counting down. I mean, Councillor Nicholson, I know he rates a man by his attendance record, and I like to remind him I have a 100% attendance record, so I know he'll want to listen. We're in the festive season, we count down to a happy event, and I'm sure all the patriots and nationalists in the room will join me in the delight that there are only 105 remaining days left until Brexit. I welcome this report because it prepares us to implement the result of the once-in-a-lifetime referendum. And preparation is a good thing. In the past, through preparation, we've thought of the millennium bug, the bird flu pandemic, and even the end of the Mayan calendar. So it's with prudential preparation in mind that I'd like to propose a new Article 2.3, that for the avoidance of shortage, we take the prudent step of procuring a case of Paul Roger well before the 29th deadline. And in the absence of Matthew Ronnie, I'd like to nominate Councillor Bell as my seconder in that. Thank you.
I'm not quite sure whether you're being serious there, Councillor James.
I have to ask Councillor Bell.
Thank you for reviewing the Conservative Party's tactics over the next few weeks. Can we now hear from Councillor Carruthers, I think?
Mine is just a simple question in regards to 3.8. I just wonder what the Chief Executive felt. I noticed he's mentioned it, paragraph 3.8, and it's about the wider national picture, civil contingency preparations. I think you chair that particular. Is there any particular things issues, concerns, worries that you think Dumfries and Galloway should be concerned about in the national picture, as well as what's already been highlighted? But I mean, going back to some of the points that have been made already, I think it is very concerning for all, whatever side of the fence, remain or leave, whatever side of the fence you sit on with the Brexit. The general member of the public, do you want to see this come to some kind of conclusion, get behind us, move on as quick as we can? But when it comes to the implications and what may well potentially happen, I just wonder if our Chief Executive has any issues that he needs to raise to the Council with his wider leadership role.
Yes, thank you, Leader. I think there are two issues here, and I think members need to be clear. I don't think you can have a Brexit continuity plan, business continuity. Many of the outcomes are the same outcomes we plan for anyway. I think perhaps what members might be more interested in is perhaps looking at the Scottish risk assessments and how they might apply to Dumfries and Galloway. That would allow the Brexit focus and perhaps the answer to the questions that members are looking for. Because many of the outcomes, as Martin, I'm sure, will restate, are outcomes we plan for, not having staff. We plan to have 50% less staff, etc. But I think hopefully through January, we'll be able to make the Scottish planning assumptions, which are only at the moment being developed nationally, be able to use those publicly to help reassure members of where we sit nationally. I think, I do hear the jollity in the room. Certainly sitting where I've been in the last 6 weeks has not been jolly. If we're planning for a no-deal scenario, if I can just tell you that some of the work that we have been undertaking, the risk to the health service, the risk to our ports, are very critical. The fact that the planning assumption at the moment that Martin and I are working for drugs being available is longer than the storage of our cancer drugs in Scotland, and we're having to, Martin and I have been discussing nationally, we're going to have to fly drugs in from Holland for our cancer patients for at least a 12-week period, and these are British assumptions, these are not Scottish assumptions. There's a range of issues around the date in March that are quite critical. We have been working on a multi-agency basis. I've led that nationally. Martin's been sitting in the subgroup. Martin has represented all 32 councils and has done a fantastic job in pulling that information together. COSLA was caught cold, I would have to say, on this about March. It's not to scare people, but the hardest thing, rather than preparing for a Brexit, is explaining to the public why we didn't, if it happens in March. I think the leader was very clear as well. There's a real risk of panicking people. We saw that the weather saying that we had freezing rain. There was not a loaf of bread to be had in Lockerbie, not a pint of milk on that. So therefore we need to be very careful in how we communicate this. We're much further ahead in our planning in Scotland than England is. We have a single approach. We have a subgroup of all agencies working away, preparing for this. I think it is our job to prepare. We hope it will be a Y2K, that nothing happens. But the no-deal scenario, which is still on the cards, is one that does present considerable risk, and I think considerable risk to the health service in relation to the retention of key specialists within it, and of course the recruitment issues in Dumfries and Galloway would make it greater. We are preparing well. I think what members perhaps for scrutiny would be interested in are longer term implications, because I think until we see the shape of the deal, there's no deal on the table that will not have implications. And I think it's the nature of those that will emerge as the deal comes through. And I think members to scrutinise our longer term response would be very helpful, because I think that over a period of years, as most financial settlements are agreed to 2020, but beyond that, I think that would give members time to consider how we might wish to respond in a budget process. Martin would be able to answer any questions of detail in relation to the risks, but there's a considerable in relation to the policing of Northern Ireland and the drain in our own local policing from March onwards through the marching season, particularly as that is a main feature of the current backstop arrangement. So there's a range of national issues that would have impact on us. So at the moment, the national planning assumptions are confidential, cannot be shared until we work our way through them, but we hope by January those will be shared publicly by the Scottish Government. But we have been working on those through the national process. As I say, we're planning for a no deal. We're also starting the planning for the various range of deals that might be available, but you're probably as up to date in those as we are. But my view is that I'd rather plan for a no deal and then have a deal and we're able to take from it. But I'd have to say that the leadership that Martin has shown for the local government community has been recognised at the First Minister level, and I think that we're very fortunate to have someone of Martin's capability within the council. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions on that. Martin has a huge range of detail on individual risks that he'll be able to share with you, members wish it.
Councillor Crothers?
Oh, thanks very much for that detailed answer. It's very much appreciated. as you would assume as well, that is the situation. I think, going back to some of the comments earlier, I think audit risk and scrutiny, we see this as a high risk. It's something we've got to put in our agenda early in the new year. But I think from a reactive point of the council, hopefully, Leader, that we would again expect, I think yourself, to be willing to just call a special meeting if needed, whether it's February or March. Again, we would expect that. I know we have meetings already in place, but that's just as a matter of saying that in the past, and I think that we'd be ready to react to that as a group.
Certainly, it's a very fluid situation at the moment, so if there's a need for an additional meeting of the council, we've certainly done that several times over the past year, and this is an important issue. Councillor Hislop.
One of the things we're sort of heading into is the budget process, and if you take the worst case scenario, because it's a kind of definite, possibly, I'm not sure, is the no deal. How would we address that in a budget situation if it came after we'd set the budget? Would we have the ability, or would the government allow us the ability to go and do a further budget so that we could actually address any shortcomings? I know I heard from one council whereby, I think it was export issues, whereby they said they don't have the staff to actually implement the forms that they would need to fill in, etc., to get export certificates. So if that was the case, can we, if we were in that situation, revisit our budget to make sure that we have things in place to actually business continuity does happen?
Derek Mackay was very clear that this is a budget predicated on a deal. That even if there is a deal, they may have to revisit the budget in relation to the deal, but certainly if there was a no deal, he would definitely have to revisit the budget process. What we're undertaking at national level is identifying the full risk assessment and the consequences of it, and where funding may be needed. Police have already recognised that if there is a no deal scenario, significant additional funding will be needed for policing. So that's the work we're pulling together to meet with the Deputy First Minister in January. I'm meeting with the Deputy First Minister as chair of the group nationally and with the Chief Constable to talk through some of these risks. Part of that, of course, is in the budget process, is why this council has always prudently maintained reserves, so that we'd be able to meet any of those challenges, and then draw down government money, which may come later. So again, as part of the budget process, this council has always been prudent in maintaining reserves for issues like this. But certainly Derek Mackay did make it clear that if there was a no-deal scenario, he would have to revisit the Scottish budget. But even if there was a deal dependent on the deal, it may have significant consequences in the settlement. So that risk assessment work, which Martin is leading for local government and I'm pulling together on behalf of Scotland, will start to frame out the initial period. We're anticipating that any immediate shocks would be potentially for a 6-month period, rolling from February through to the 6 months beyond that. So that's the period that would need to be managed over that period. But we'd hopefully be able to bring a further update to members at PNR in January about where we stand around those issues.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader. I echo the feelings of people who don't think that this is a matter of a jocularity. Those who are laughing most loudly probably are not those who are directly responsible for matters such as the care of the elderly and such like. I am deeply concerned about the Council's readiness for all of this, and I would like to know, please, when we will be able to hear a bit more about the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. I understand that this is possibly confidential, which I think maybe I understood from the Chief Executive, but I do think that this is important. We are going to be affected greatly by this. We have prime industries, and we need to know what's happening. So I would be grateful for a timescale on that, please.
Yes, the last thing I'd heard was it was still out for consultation, but I don't know if there's any further news on that, but you're absolutely right, it's extremely important to our region.
There's two issues that needs to be addressed nationally, and our contact with the Cabinet Office is that depending upon the deal, funds would have to be released to deal with the consequences in relation to the deal. So even if there is a deal, funds would have to be released. There is absolute radio silence in the Shared Prosperity Fund, which is how they would look to replace the current and existing, if they wish, EU grants. So there's radio silence around that, but there would be clarity, depending whether Parliament can reach an agreement, that funds have been put aside as part of this budget process by the Chancellor to be released depending upon the shape and size of the deal. So therefore, we'd hope that would crystallise if Parliament in Westminster is able to arrive at a deal. But certainly funds have been decided that isn't the Shared Prosperity Fund, that is actually in relation to ensuring there's a smooth transition over that 6-month period beyond March. So that should become clear. We would rely on that being communicated through the Scottish Government. But my contact with the Cabinet Office reassures me that there are sizable funds to manage a transition period.
Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. It's just thinking about these over 1,000 European citizens in Dumfries and Galloway, and given our lack of knowledge about anything actually that's going on, what sort of plans have you got in place with regards to them? Would they need to convert to British citizenship and that sort of thing? Or what would their position be?
Sir Andrew.
Thank you. The UK settlement scheme means that they can apply if they've been here. There are a series of criteria, but if they can apply to remain in the UK, working through that process. So it's not to become a UK citizen; it's an application to remain. What the challenge is, which we will see, is how the whole family, how we use them or how we utilise their remain status as well. Because if you're employed and you've been here for a certain period of time, it depends on that period, but they would be able to remain.
I hope we're not going down the road of that ship that came over here in, 1940 something? And then they're going to, Windrush, thank you. I hope we're not going to be kicking people out just because of that sort of thing. I would hope that we could keep our priorities right and look after these people.
Thanks. I've got Councillor Nicholl, Councillor Wood, Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Thompson. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Leader. This is a period of tremendous uncertainty. We don't know what direction we're going in at the moment. And agriculture is probably the biggest industry we've got in Dumfries and Galloway, and that will create a lot of uncertainty in agriculture because they are dependent on Europe at the moment. The budget, we would set our budget in February, is that correct, Chief Executive? We may not have an outcome at that point. We don't know it as we speak. So would we have to have an emergency budget if things didn't work out, or how would that be dealt with? Also, obviously, there's a department in the council which has got an increased workload because of this. Have we got enough staff? I'm quite sure we've got the calibre of staff, but have we got enough staff working on this, and have we got resources to put more in if necessary? So these are kind of concerns that I have with regard to that as far as the Dumfries and Galloway Council is concerned. But I would just like to hear what the officers have to say about that.
I certainly don't believe that there'd be a great budgetary constraint, but even if there was a no deal at this point, I think the challenge would be a logistical challenge, and we're well used to dealing with a short logistical challenge, particularly around the Port of Kinryan, which is mentioned in the report, because if that does become the border point, then, as we know, we've had issues with the government about border staffing. They're only starting to think about recruiting just now to that site. There'll be policing. There's where do we stack lorries. The planning assumption that Martin can, I'm sure, can expand on, talks about a considerable delay at all ports for a 6-week period. And therefore, there's issues about stacking, there's issues about where we go, there's issues about fresh food, there's issues about live transports, because it's very clear to us that Dumfries and Galloway has heavily dependent upon live animal transports. If they are held up at Calais, which we're almost certain in a risk assessment they would be, because the French are not going to accept our veterinary certificates, we're already aware of that. So there's a whole raft of issues. So those are the departments that we would look to resource. That's why the business continuity work that Martin's directed and all directors leading on just now will run out. So I think the short period it'd be moving them across. I think the longer issues would be how do we support our economy moving forward as we move into from the European grants and the impact on agriculture, and that's something I think that member scrutiny walk through some of those issues, and the timescale would be quite useful. But I think we can manage the immediate. I think it would be the longer term impact, particularly on our relatively low wage fragile economy, and the impact on Stranraer Port would perhaps be the immediate concern for ourselves. I don't know if Martin would want to ask it.
I'll just come in and add that to put some scale around this, the vast majority of the goods and services that come into the UK come in via Dover, and that's well documented. The private sector are obviously trying their best to adapt their own plans. And to put it in perspective, Rotterdam Port has gone out and employed an extra 600 staff within the last few weeks to try and pick up some of the slack, because there's a real commercial imperative to make sure that the supply of goods and services continue to flow into the UK. But they are expecting a period of about 12 weeks of disruption where vehicles would be queued up to get into the UK, and that has a real impact on the just-in-time supply of essential goods and services, the flow of fresh materials into the UK. And in terms of the impact on Dumfries and Galloway, when you extrapolate that through and you look at the importance currently of a port like Holyhead in Wales, and the majority of goods that flow into the Republic and Northern Ireland go via Holyhead, if there are going to be delays because there's going to be a hard border in Dublin, or if there's not a hard border in Dublin, even there's going to be disruption on the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland border, and we don't know exactly what that's going to mean at the present. The planning assumption will be that a lot of commercial haulage companies will decide themselves to go up the M6 and across the 75, and it's 99 miles through our region from Gretna to Cairnryan. It's as councillors will know, it's not the best of roads, so to have the additional traffic flow on that route, and unless P&O and Stena are prepared to increase the quantity, and they might do because there's commercial reasons to do that, to increase the amount of ferries at Cairnryan, there could well be situations on a regular basis during that, say, 12-week period around any no deal, where there could be excessive transport delays in and around Cairnryan and Stranraer. So, we are working through that scenario with the police and with Transport Scotland about where these vehicles are going to be stacked and the welfare of the drivers and others involved. But as the Chief Executive said, it's not just the drivers. We export, and not just Dumfries and Galloway, but through the rest of the UK, a lot of live animals across on a regular basis, back and forward across through Stranraer, Cairnryan. And if these animals are delayed, then we've got an animal welfare issue suddenly as well that we don't normally have. So there's a number of scenarios that we're looking at. Some of these are particular to Dumfries and Galloway, and the other aspect that might interest councillors is, as well as the EU nationals that live within Dumfries and Galloway, there's also some planning assumptions out now from the UK government, which we've extrapolated for Scotland. We've also extrapolated just on a percentage basis for Dumfries and Galloway in terms of the number of EU nationals that may return during the first year. Some of these people that may return from Europe may well have the most acute needs. And these acute needs will obviously fall on the RSLs, fall on health and social care, fall on the NHS. So there are teams looking at trying to profile the groups we know, what the age profiles would be, but the acute medical needs and other needs, some of these people might well be destitute. So we need to be prepared for a contingency where during the first 12 weeks, a certain percentage come in, and we expect that to spike. Then there'll be a period during the rest of the 12 months after a no deal where these people will trickle back into the UK. We've got nothing other than just a straight percentage basis to plan our assumptions for Dumfries and Galloway. We don't know whether these people are going to live and want to return to the Central Belt or other parts of Scotland or Dumfries and Galloway. So for planning assumptions, all local authorities around the UK are just doing percentage-based extrapolations of the UK planning assumptions that come in for those per age group over different periods of time, that will inform our planning assumptions to make sure that they can be looked after. Just in the same way that in the past we've looked after refugees from Syria and we've looked after refugees from Kosovo. The same kind of arrangements to make sure that we put a care package around the individuals that are coming back in.
Do we have the staffing resources available to cope with this potential crisis?
I think a planning assumption at the moment is yes. It depends how long that disruption goes on. If we're planning for a 12-week disruption, yes, we're able to reallocate staff. If it goes on longer than that, and again, that would start to crystallise dependent on whether or not Parliament is able to vote a deal through in January. If a deal goes through in January, obviously our attention then would turn to providing risk assessments around what that deal is. But certainly, if If it's a no-deal scenario, then that's the one we're planning for just now. But certainly if it lasted longer than 12 weeks, we would start to have particular drains, particularly as our economy would be, as a rural economy, particularly hit. I mean, again, just to extrapolate, one serious risk is, and we're certainly aware of it, is that because we're just in time, most of the supermarkets, transport lorries will be stuck in the south of England. There's a real issue to food coming to Scotland because there just physically won't be enough lorries to make a journey, to justify a journey all the way to Scotland, back down to the ports in Dover. So we're working through with the Scottish Government how additional lorry capacity could be put in to try and shuttle up, because the supermarkets physically will not have the capacity to allow a lorry all the way from Dover to Scotland and back down. So again, those are the type of risks we're working through, and of course that's more extreme for rural areas than it would be for a city. So therefore that's why we're working just now with the Scottish Government about freeing up additional lorry capacity, mandating that so that we're able to go and get the food for Scotland and bring it up. Because we were certainly clearly aware that none of the supermarket chains had planned to stock Scotland in the case of a no-deal scenario, because there just physically was not the lorry capacity. So again, those are the type of issues we're working through in a Scottish context to make sure if that does apply in April, we're able to then to fill the gap through Scottish resource.
Thank you. Councillor Wood, followed by Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Leader. It's with regard to what Councillor Maitland raised earlier about the shared prosperity fund. Do we have an idea of what sort of vehicle or model of vehicle that will take that forward in the way of likes of, we had the LEADER programme that was recognised internationally as, or nationally I should say, as a very good model. Is that something that we should be looking at taking forward? And would it be CRAD that would be taking forward the CAP payments that we've been getting in the past? Do we have an understanding of how we will take that to the next stage?
I don't think we have. I think there are some plans both at Scottish Government level and UK level with regard to the successor to CAP payments. And the indication is that they would continue at least until I think it's 2021. But as far as the UK Prosperity Fund is, I don't think we have any information on that at all. And as you say, LEADER has been very, very important in our region.
Absolutely, because if we don't get an element of continuity throughout the sort of phasing in programme of Brexit or no Brexit, whatever, there's a lot of good programmes that are at risk, and there's also an industry that's at risk. Agriculture has already been pointed out as one of the major industries within the region, and we have to have that continuity. But the other thing as well is, while we're discussing what's happening here, just think of the issues that's happening in Europe as well, because they're going to find themselves with shortages within their abattoirs and within their processing. So, everybody's up in find themselves in an extremely difficult situation.
Councillor Nicholson, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. It's a very short point, but before I make that short point, I'm pleased to confirm the way I rate councillors is not by attendance, but by content of contribution. Councillor James will be pleased to know he's number 43 in my chart. And that's in the knowledge we've got a new councillor with us. But one of the things, the number of contributions and concerns that have been raised, I think are a lot of valid points in there. And I think that's partly due to the uncertainty and the concerns and moving feast of probably incompetence in handling negotiations. There is a great uncertainty for all. Therefore, in my view, is that all council members should have sight of the details, not just the audit and risk members. I think it's very important that we do, each and every one of us, have a handle on everything that's coming in, so we can make our own decisions at that time and then get together and try and get something positive out of it.
Thanks. I think there should be the possibility of indeed of having a full council meeting if that's necessary. So it'll go to P&R, but if it is necessary for us to have full council, depending on what happens. Obviously some of us have views about what we would like to happen. But anyway, I shall hand over to Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Davidson.
Thanks, Leader. At the Health and Social Care Board at COSLA on the 10th of December, just last week, we were given a verbal update that effectively COSLA would support the Scottish Government in its bid to pay the £64, I think, for those EU citizens who wanted a leave to remain, or the sort of equivalent application to remain, I think it was. And I think that had been obstructed a little bit in the sort of spirit in which it was meant. So that's a good thing. But while 16 people are contemplating pre-ordering champagne, those 2,000 people will be just wondering what their future is in terms of their status in the region. And the other 147,000 people of the region will probably be thinking whether or not to get another freezer and stock up on dried and tinned goods. So it just puts it in perspective how in touch people are with the actual situation. The question I was going to ask was about the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, though. It's particularly hurtful for Dumfries and Galloway in a sense because the South of Scotland Alliance had worked hard in developing the NUTS 2 model, which had got acceptance at all political levels, Scotland, UK and I think Europe as well, which recognised the South of Scotland as an area that would be able to draw on the level of funding I suppose previously the Highlands and Islands might have sort of got. So it would have become a South of Scotland area which would have drawn that particular EU additional support beyond what we had become used to, which would have made a major difference to the level of investment we could have had in the South of Scotland. However, the Brexit vote happened and that's no longer there, but the case has been made. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, will that additional status, if you like, be taken into account in terms of how that UK Prosperity Fund will be allocated towards the South of Scotland over and above just making good the current payments that we're sort of experiencing from the EU? Thank you.
I think it is the position of the South of Scotland Alliance that the NUTS designation should continue to any successor funding.
Connecting to another item on the agenda, I've had discussions with the 4 other chief executives about the potential across the borderlands to build in the NUTS 2, because obviously the argument we made for the NUTS 2 definitions into Scotland applies also to Northumberland and Cumbria. And could you give us an even stronger position in the National Shared Prosperity Fund if we're able to bring English colleagues in to assist us in that argument as well? So that was a discussion I had only yesterday, Councillor Thompson, about, yes, we push for the NUTS 2 through the Scottish Government, but perhaps there may be additional benefits through lining with our closest English colleagues to try and expand the population and bring in their significant population as well, if size is going to matter in the Shared Prosperity Fund. So we'll be preparing both scenarios to make sure that we promote the South of Scotland and particularly Dumfries and Galloway.
Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. I do feel rather sorry for Councillor James. He has misjudged the tone altogether, has he not? And I'm grateful for the, I think, rather sober contributions of some of his colleagues, as opposed to the notion of the champagne Brexiteers, which I think is a new concept he's just coined. I have a serious question, but I will make an observation on referendums. I am a devotee of John Maynard Keynes, who was, in my opinion, the finest practical economist of the 20th century, and he said, when the facts change, I change my mind. What do? The facts are changing all the time. At some point, people are going to want to have an opportunity to change their mind, and I think they should be afforded it before they take it. The serious question, however, is that we've heard quite a lot of information which is certainly concerning, and at the very least matters that we need to have an overview of, even if we are not directly preparing for them, because they will have an impact on our duties, obligations and services. We know that we are good at, and we are recognised nationally and indeed internationally, at doing the practical, immediate logistical work to tackle a crisis. We've had, I guess, all too much experience of them, and Martin and his team are justly recognised for being able to handle pretty much anything that happens. But these have come forward in the course of the debate rather than being in the paper in front of us. So my question, I think primarily for the Chief, is I'm delighted there will be a paper to PNR. I think that's the right thing to do. I recognise that writing it will be difficult because this remains a moving target. But are we able at that point, please, to err on the side of including more of the information which has been alluded to and which, in fairness, is now part of the public record because it's a recorded session, so that it can be seen in black and white and that members, whatever their opinions on all of this, can look at their leisure and think up questions to ask, rather than hearing in the course of the debate and wondering, wait a minute, what does that mean? How can we not have enough lorries? That is naturally a matter of concern, but I think that for the fullest of scrutiny, we need to see that in front of us, insofar as is possible for the P&R paper in January. And I think that that assurance would be helpful to members, particularly taking on board Councillor Nicholson's point.
I would, Leader, I'd be happy to bring that. I mean, just to give you how quickly this is moving, it was only yesterday, Martin, that the first local government position was able, the paper that Martin's pulled together. Martin's had endless conference calls trying to consolidate 32 councils. Is not the easiest challenge, and particularly with 32 councils with different views on Brexit. So therefore we would be able to bring that report. The other thing is we're hoping that COSLA's work on the longer term implications will start to crystallise through January. So we'd be able to focus both on the immediate risks of a no deal scenario and then the longer term risks to the area that members may wish to start putting process behind for longer scrutiny. So certainly we'd look to bring that report. But as I said, Martin's first draft report on behalf of local government was only I think yesterday hit my desk, Martin. So therefore we would be able to analyse that, sense check it, and use that as the basis of the report.
Thanks. Councillor James, and I hope it's a serious point this time.
Can be more serious than death. It was Keynes who said, in the end we're all dead. And that justifies his cavalier attitude to long-term debt. There are councillors here who seem to be concerned about the economic shock possibilities from Brexit. I think the CEO, Chief Executive, sensibly downplayed those risks. But isn't it interesting in our sort of British way that we're waiting to the last moment to even think about this and what would be the shocks for us? Perhaps it's a luxury we have of living on a stable island, but there are much bigger risks potentially ahead of us. Even in the next year, we could see a nightmare like a Corbyn government. We could see a vote for Scottish independence, and yet we do nothing to prepare for these things. One of my advantages, I've travelled quite a lot, and I've seen what IMF austerity, not what benign George Osborne austerity looks like. And you probably don't want to be in it. I also travelled and lived at the time of the crash in an area where I was fortunate to have what little resources I had in the Zedcar Bay Bank, and that's the Zürcher Kantonalbank, and that's actually backed by the local authority. So what happened in the crash was that people from all over the world tried to put their money into that bank because it had sensible finances, unlike us, who would invest in our bank. I mean, what are our assets? A few sandstone buildings. So those that are worried about economic shock, I would like to ask them, why don't we just at some point try and get our debt-ridden finances under control and start by cancelling ridiculous capital projects like the White Sands?
Anyone care to answer that? No.
Not this time, thank you, Leader. No, it's not really worth it.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Leader. I won't be as long as Councillor James on that. As you know, I come from the agricultural sector, and you just touched on the point about the common agricultural policy, the payments for region-wide. Well, nearly 20% of the GDP in this area is agricultural, tourism, and forestry. Very, very, very high on the economy scale. And that you mentioned, well, obviously, Martin's been working on behalf of the council, trying to work out various plans and contingency plans if there's going to be a no deal. Have you consulted with NFU, as NFU has got a number of branches across Dumfries and Galloway, so I hope you've been consulting with them. As the Chief Executive mentioned as well, mentioned about the slowdown process at Calais. Well, that's actually happening at the moment. I spoke to Holler the other day. He had 5 wagons. 5 wagons were pulled in, refrigerated wagons. The drivers had to be taken on a transit van and taken away. So it's starting at the moment. The reason it's starting at the moment down in Calais, because they're concerned they're going to lose our European contributions from this country when this country exits.
Yes, at both the COSLA and the national level, the NFU involved. In fact, I'm speaking with NFU members in January. I'm going to Edinburgh to present to them. So, absolutely. And I think for us, it is about maintaining the sector, but also positioning ourselves so that if shared prosperity does come through, the loudest shouters will be Dumfries and Galloway. So that certainly, again, that's something we need to work ourselves up to as to get beyond. But Calais, we're certainly aware that it has started on the border between Dover and Calais already. So again, that's communication that we'll feed through to members as come through.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Leader. One of the advantages of getting to speak late on is that you get a chance to not quite counter, but I don't think we should take any lessons in our debt from a UK government that's trillions in debt, and that's increasing by the day. So one of the things I was going to raise was about nuts in borderlands, but that's already been covered. And again, I'm going to come back to, we're not a rural community in Dumfries and Galloway, we're a rural and coastal community. And quite rightly, Martin has centred everything on the Port of Stranraer, or Kinryan anyway. But we've got small ports all along the coast that are actually actively trading with ships, boats coming in from the European Union at this moment in time. So what are we doing about Annan Harbour, Kubrey Harbour, the small places that are mainly sporting, to be fair, but still points of access, right? So Kinryan isn't the only port of access into Dumfries and Galloway, and what are we actually doing to make sure that there's some sort of contingency all the way along the coastline?
Martin?
Yeah, just to reassure Councillor Ferguson, there is a national subgroup looking at ports and harbours around the country, particularly in LA. We know that Kirkcudbright is the 5th busiest port in Scotland when it comes to the daily catch coming in. A lot of that catch is time dependent. A lot of it does get exported to Europe, and a lot of it will depend on the viability of the sales being made and how quickly it can be frozen, how quickly it can be processed, and how quickly it can be exported. So it is a big concern. There are groups looking at it, and I can report back separately if the councillor wants, if that's required.
Any further contributions? Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. Has the contingency planning factored in potential changes to the UK's credit rating and the cost of borrowing?
No. Westminster did not share the national planning assumptions for the Great Britain with the Scottish Government until November. And therefore, that was when I called the Scottish Resilience Partnership together to demand that we take the control of the risk assessment, because, again, we were unaware to that point that the risk assessment for Britain had not been shared with the Scottish Government. And I think the first time they saw it was November. So therefore, no, there is not, that level of information from Treasury has not been shared with the Scottish Government as yet.
So, Leader, that is once again one of the great unknowns about Brexit.
Okay, if there are no further contributions, I would like to make a recommendation. If I know it won't be favoured by everybody in the room, but I would draw your attention to 3.6, which is the Council Leaders' Statement on page 154. And given what we have heard about the potential consequences of a no-deal scenario, I would suggest that we ought to endorse the views of COSLA leaders as of the 30th of November, without the reference to December the 11th, because the Prime Minister ran away from having that vote. But other than that, I would wish to endorse that, and indeed also to endorse the sentiment that a people's vote is a practical way to get out of the constitutional crisis that we are in. So I'm proposing that as an additional recommendation.
Leader, I'm very happy to second that. We have a Parliament incapable of making a decision. We ought to have a view on that. Very happy to second the inclusion of 3.6 as an additional recommendation.
Councillor Crothers.
I'd move the recommendations as they are, with a 2.3 adding it. The Council should be ready to call the next full Council meeting at its earliest convenience when required.
That's not as an alternative, and that obviously is an additional recommendation. Yeah.
That was an alternative.
Yeah, as an alternative.
That's an alternative, yep. I'm
I
not
don't think
supporting what you
there's
just put forward. That was a motion I've just put forward, an amendment. You've put forward a motion, I've just put forward an amendment. which is contrary to yours, and that is to agree the recommendations 2.1, 2.2 denote, and a third 2.3 is to the council recognise that it can call it an emergency meeting at its earliest available.
But we've already agreed we would do that. Yeah, we've already agreed we would do that. It's not an alternative to the endorsement of the council leaders statement.
I'll put forward an amendment. It's either competent or it's not.
Is that competent as an alternative, as opposed to an additional? Can you have some advice?
We had agreement in the room, but it could go to the vote to have an additional council meeting, but I thought we had agreement in the room to have that.
I need to be absolutely clear on what you've been saying. I heard there's been an extension to the motion, that's the recommendations that are in front of us, and I put forward an amendment.
But it would be competent for you to move the recommendations as an amendment, Councillor. Councillor Curtis could move an amendment just with the recommendations as 2.1 and 2.2, with the additional one that we're having an extra council meeting that's been agreed. Your motion as proposed and seconded. So you Councillor Carruthers simply wishes to move that the only recommendations going forward are those that are in the report.
Councillor Wilson?
Leader, if you can just give us clarity in regards to your motion.
Our motion was we added an additional recommendation endorsing the statement by council leaders.
Which is 3.6. It's contained at 3.6 at page 154.
Additional, endorsing that recommendation.
No, so I would move the recommendations as they are. Yeah.
Councillor Hislop.
Just for the fullest of information, a people's vote is a practical way to get out of the constitutional crisis that we are in. That returns a 52-48 no vote again or out. How does it actually solve the problem that we're in?
I think it depends on the questions which are posed in the referendum.
Could you tell us what those questions are, please?
No, see, I doubt it would be up to me to decide what the questions were. I think it would be the Electoral Commission would decide. I have my views as to what they could be, but that's neither here nor there.
How can we vote when we don't have the fullest of information to see what the vote is?
It's a support for the council leader's statement. Councillor James.
Yeah, Chair, it's a people's vote that you're recommending, not the content of it.
No, exactly. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate that you are the administration and a simple majority is enough to take through decisions. But I think we need to raise the bar when we're actually making a statement on behalf of our area to have some degree of consensus or unanimity when we do this. We've done this before, and the last time we did it, the view expressed here was just way out of kilter with what the region wants. And we'll be doing that again. I think this is wrong and brings us into disrepute, particularly when it's a subject for which we've no control.
Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Brodie.
Thanks very much, Leader. After the European Brexit in or out referendum, Dumfries and Galloway voted to stay. So that is the will of the people. Okay, so we're not going to overturn it because some of 16...
it's completely misunderstood.
Absolutely.
Councillor Brodie?
Yeah, we're talking about consensus. The government was entrusted by the people to come up with a deal which should take out Europe and benefit the country. But let Jacob Rees-James and Boris Bell get behind the leader, and we won't need a people's vote, because the best deals on the table that you can get, and you either support your leader or go to a people's vote.
Thank you. Can we proceed to, I think, now to the vote? There is a motion. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Cool. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you. I think actually my question has been asked in the course of the process. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholl.
Happy to second Councillor Carruthers.
Okay, we have a motion to include a statement to endorse the council leaders' statement of the 30th of November and an amendment to accept the recommendations as they are.
Leader.
Motion.
Deputy Leader.
Motion.
Councillor Bell. Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Brodie.
Motion.
Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Ian Crothers.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Dryborough.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Amendment.
Councillor Hagman.
Motion.
Councillor Hislop. Councillor Ingalls.
Amendment.
Councillor James. Councillor Johnston.
Amendment.
Councillor Lever.
Motion.
Councillor Little.
Motion.
Councillor McGregor. Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Marshall.
Motion.
Councillor Martin.
Motion.
Councillor McClelland.
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
Amendment.
Councillor Nicholson.
Motion.
Councillor Sloan.
Motion.
Councillor Stitt.
Motion.
Councillor Surtees.
Motion.
Councillor Tate.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Abstain.
Councillor Wood.
Motion.
Councillor Young.
Motion.
Chair, I don't think my name was read.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Scobie. Apologies.
There you are, eh?
Apologies.
Maybe I've been silenced again.
Apologies. Councillor Scobie.
Abstain.
Abstain. The motion is carried 23 votes to 14 with 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Okay, can we proceed to item 8, which is the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal, and a report from the Chief Executive. This report provides members with an update on progress towards reaching an agreement on the heads of terms of the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal, which was submitted to both the Scottish and UK governments. As this subject matter would normally fall to the Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Committee, are members content to withdraw delegation given the strategic nature of this topic? Okay, thanks. I was disappointed that no commitment of funding to the Borderlands deal was announced in the UK budget, as we had been led to believe that this was the purpose of the submission of the proposal and outline business case to the UK and Scottish governments by the end of September, which was agreed by full council. However, both the Scottish Secretary of State and the Northern Powerhouse Minister indicated that they hoped heads of terms would be reached next month, and the Scottish Government's Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Connectivity and Infrastructure also expressed his wish to achieve this timescale. We meet with him again on the 15th of January. Chris, Gavin and I attended a meeting of leaders and chief executives in Hexham yesterday afternoon where this matter was discussed, and Donna was there also. This matter was discussed in more detail, and we can update members on what was discussed yesterday. Chris and Donna are here to assist with any any questions members may have, and I'm opening the meeting up to members' debate. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Leader. I share your disappointment in the progress of the deal today, and I've got to say I'm not entirely comfortable with recommendations 2.2 and 2.3, and I think that following on from a bit of a discussion that we had at Policy and Resources, I was certainly under the impression that our council had stepped up its efforts, had even allocated additional resource to ensure that we met the deadline set by the Secretary of State for Scotland to submit outline business cases and proposals to try and get a financial announcement in the Chancellor's statement. That financial announcement did not happen, and even now we do not have heads of terms, a date for the heads of terms being signed, despite that being a request from the partnership to be included in the Chancellor's statement if at all possible. I think that so that 2.2 and 2.3, I'm not very comfortable with agreeing at this stage. I think that we do need to know, actually, it's this council and the other partner local authorities that have allocated resources, that have carried out the work.
and that we need the UK and Scottish governments to start delivering on their end of the bargain to see this deal agreed and put forward. So I would suggest, coming to the recommendations later on, that we do not note 2.2 and 2.3, but instead note the significant investment of the 5 councils into the Borderlands proposals and continue to work with both governments to progress the deal.
Okay, thanks. Councillor James, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose my first question is one that a few members will have, and that is, what will this slippage do to the time frame, assuming everything goes as it otherwise would do? I think you'd said that end of 2021 or beginning 2022 is the intended date by which time monies would start flowing. And I wonder if this potential delay, we don't know how long it's going to be, but how that affects that. And then secondly, I was never entirely happy with this document. I assume it fitted exactly the form and shape that was requested by UK government, but it seems more like a sort of inventory covering everything that could be done. And could it be improved in this extra time that we have now to boil it down to be more specific? I'm thinking that the projects need to be the ones that could do the most good, but also the ones that integrate the Borderlands the most, and that would look to me, more appealing than one that just lists everything that could be done. Thank you.
One of the discussions yesterday was actually around the feedback we'd had from both the UK and Scottish governments, and they were seeking additional information on certain aspects of it, but I'll hand over to Chris to give you more detail.
Thank you, Leader. In terms of the timescale, it's difficult to predict. Most of the other deals that have been completed have taken approximately 12 months from heads of terms to final deal. To some extent, the pace that we get from heads of terms to final deal will be in our own hands. If the level of resource permits us to do more in a shorter time, then we could progress it faster. I know that in some deals the progress has been slow because the available resource was very limited. This deal, up until now, the resource, I think, has been finely balanced. The workload and capacity has balanced out reasonably well. And one of the conversations we had with leaders yesterday was around ensuring that the 5 partner authorities had the level of capacity and resource ready to run post heads of terms to get to final deal as quickly as possible. The original ambition was that we would get to final deal towards the end of 2019, with the first offers of grant arriving in the financial year 2021 was our ambition. All of that is dependent upon completion of the next stage of business cases and the agreement of the 2 governments and the signing of the final deal. In terms of the document that you are pointing to, I would maybe just remind members that that document remains confidential. The document was written by the 5 partner authorities around a core strategy of developing the economies of the partner authorities and mitigating the shared challenges that we have in terms of high employment but low level of wage employment, loss of population, low productivity. So these programs and projects are designed to deliver that strategy. And one of the reasons that we have worked so hard to convince both governments that we should have programs rather than specific projects. There are only 4 specific projects in the document, and I'm being very careful not to put detail into this. The rest of the proposal is around programs, and those programs are deliberately designed so that we can be flexible to ensure that the projects that are brought forward have the maximum impact on the economies of the partners across Borderlands.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Maitland.
Thanks, Leader. I think the critical paragraph in this is 3.2.5, where effectively it's the critical role of the HM Treasury in reaching heads of terms, and the fact that that's not happened. And I think we need to maybe review the esteem in which we hold for example, the Secretary of State for Scotland, in that his word no longer seems to be good enough in terms of us setting out our plan, our documents, having these meetings, agreeing these forward, diligently allocating resources, carrying out the work, doing all the preparation in terms of meeting the deadline of September, I think it was, to be in time for the budget, for it not to be mentioned and no date to be agreed. So I think I'll be with Councillor Russell on this, that 2.2 and 2.3 not be agreed, because it's not been demonstrated. The only thing we can demonstrate is that we've jumped through the right hoops, we've done the work we had to do, the Scottish Government's been supportive, but we're all waiting on the Treasury to pull the finger out. And if that's the Secretary of State for Scotland that needs to do that, then he needs to be clearly reminded that he should get on with that and to honour the agreement that he's been verbally giving us that we should be meeting. That's the only point I'd like to make. Thank you.
Just an update from yesterday on that, as it says in 3.2.5, the leaders did all right to the Treasury requesting a meeting. We received a response telling us to work through the Secretary of State for Scotland and the Northern Powerhouse Minister. And on this side of the border, we will be contacting the Secretary of State for Scotland as a matter of urgency, seeking his assistance to have a meeting with the Treasury. And I think our colleagues in England are also doing the same with the Northern Powerhouse Minister, that we need to get the Treasury, to respond and react to this. And that has been the sticking point so far, I think, is a lack of engagement from the Treasury. Councillor Maitland.
I echo my fellow elected members' frustration on this one, and I fully understand that the document is confidential. I do get that, but I'm in exactly the same place as them. It seems to me that seeking clarification on certain aspects is deeply woolly. I'm not clear about what the issues are, and I would just ask you whether or not you have got a list of points on paper that then can be knocked off for whatever reason, what clarification needs to be made more clear for us to understand why this is not happening. I'm concerned that as we drift into more difficulties in the future, that an opportunity will be taken to wriggle out of this. And unless it's completely clear and down on paper, and that we understand, and that the public understands why this is not being taken through in the way that we had all anticipated it to go through, timescale-wise, I think there will be problems ahead. So I'm adding my views and concerns to this.
Thanks, Councillor Maitland. I think they're concerns which are shared by many members of the team. I don't know, Gavin, whether you can give a bit further information.
We are being made to jump through hoops other deals with, and I think that's quite clear. The position that leaders took yesterday was we've had actually, I was going to say comprehensive, we've had a Gaelic Archipelago 3 back from the Scottish Government on our proposals, which is good because that's what the Minister said they would do in advance of his meeting on the 15th. So from the Scottish Government side, we've had fulsome, in fact overly fulsome responses, and actually most of theirs put us in a good position, easily answerable. We're awaiting significant responses from one particular English department. The line we took was, we will answer it once for the totality of the request and take a position supported by leaders of, we now wish to move to heads of terms, full stop. No more, because the level of detail being asked of us was not asked of Tayside. And therefore, what we're saying is we will answer your questions and we'll move forward. But for absolute clarity, the Scottish Government took a different approach to Westminster Government, in which a series of workshops were arranged. Everybody was in the room. We've been able to answer all of their questions. We believe everything that they wish can be answered in stage 2 after heads of terms. We want to get the fullest of the Westminster information in so that we can have one document and say we have responded to everything. Everything can now be responded to in the after heads of terms. Because the concern we've got is that we do not wish to spend any additional money that may be abortive. When we get to heads of terms, the envelope will be agreed, and we can then, as partners, invest in the significant amount of work to deliver in the final deal. So that's the position we took, and I think that leaders were very clear, not speaking for my leader, but January is the window. that we believe we are in a position, and there's no reason from the feedback we've had so far, we could not be in a position to agree heads of terms by the end of January or the middle of February. And that, therefore, that has to be the position that we hold.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers?
Thank you, Leader. So, I mean, a lot of my questions were answered there on the back of Councillor Maitland's question. So, I mean, there certainly seems to be a lack of response, a lack of movement, and we're frustrated as well as a group with that. So look at 3.2.3, Ministers committed to trying to achieve heads of terms as early as possible in 19. What does that mean, trying? I mean, that's somebody else's language. So I just want to understand, what does that mean? Trying. It's very lackluster.
It's an accurate description of the statements made by the Secretary of State and the Minister for Northern Powerhouse and Local Growth when we met them in London in October. The leaders went to London to meet with the two ministers. We had, I thought, a pretty positive and upbeat discussion with the two ministers. They were clear that the proposal we had submitted was coherent, comprehensible, and doable. So I can't remember the exact words used by the minister, but essentially the deal that we've presented is one that he will support with Treasury, I think was the gist of his ambition was to get to heads of terms hopefully in January, but certainly not much later than that. Leaders pressed for a specific date in the correspondence that they sent to ministers following the various meetings, including the Cabinet Secretary. That request for a specific date has not resulted in any commitment at this stage.
I also say that at that meeting I asked the two ministers to ask the Treasury if they were unable to actually give us a commitment, a fully funded commitment, to at least announce the date at which we would expect to achieve heads of terms. And unfortunately that did not happen. Consequently, I have expressed my disappointment. It doesn't seem to be shared by all leaders. I've certainly expressed my disappointment that did not happen. And I reinforced yesterday that my feeling that councillors in Dumfries and Galloway are getting increasingly frustrated by the lack of an announcement, a lack of a firm announcement on this issue. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Leader. I've a lot of sympathy for our officers. It must be incredibly difficult to draw up a heads of terms when you don't know the amount of funding available. Or do you have some indication of the amount of funding that will be available?
We know what we asked for. And our expectation is that the level of funding, at least on the Scottish side of the deal, will be proportionate to those deals that have been agreed across the rest of Scotland.
Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, there's a number of references made to various UK and Scottish Government ministers in the report, but I just wondered if there's any dialogue with our MPs and MSPs in Scotland in terms of this growth deal in moving forward, and whether we've got their total support on the matter, because they will have an influence on any deal moving forward. I also note that the Cabinet Secretary for Transport and Connectivity Infrastructure has also said that he regards it as a positive deal in moving forward. And reference was made in the previous item to the ports of Cairnryan, the A75, but we've also got the A77. And I just wonder, what feature there is in the whole growth deal, whether that plays a significant part in it, which I hope it will.
Transport connectivity is certainly part of our bid, particularly in respect of collaborative funding rather than direct funding. The indication was we would not be directly funded for infrastructure improvement in such as roads or rail, but we would that we would have collaborative asks, which include the A75 and the A77. With regard to meetings with MPs and MSPs, we have met with both in the past. We met with MSPs again at the same time, on the same date as we met with Michael Matheson, and they indeed were supportive. We had hoped to meet with MPs when we were down in London meeting with the Secretary of State and the Northern Powerhouse Minister, Unfortunately, that meeting fell through. We had expected a meeting the following morning, but unfortunately that fell through, and we haven't had any further indication that we will be able to meet with MPs. We have met with them in the past. I have to say at that point there seemed to be a lack of understanding of what we were actually trying to achieve, but hopefully as this progresses there might be further understanding. But I would hope that that was something we might still be able to do, to meet with the MPs. Anything further?
Just to add, Leader, that individual leaders have had conversations with various Borderlands MPs on both sides of the border in the absence of us being able to organise a coordinated briefing and conversation with the MPs as a group.
Sorry, Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Just to show sometimes I do agree with Willie. The MPs have a critical role in this, and quite rightly we've been asking questions of UK ministers about what's going to be happening, particularly the Treasury. Are we minded actually to include in that, ask our MPs just to reaffirm their support publicly, and then tell us exactly what they've done to try and move forward this deal in the interim? Because some people have been asking that question and getting nothing. So an official request from this council might actually just be enough for them, some of them to get off their backside and actually answer their constituents.
Do you want to make that formal proposal that we write to the MPs? I mean, one of the MPs is the Secretary of State for Scotland, and he hasn't expressed his support for it. But and I think our other MP has also expressed support for it in the past. But if you want us to ask for further detail of what exactly they've done,
we respect, Leader. I'm actually more interested in them telling us and the public exactly what they've done to move this forward.
I very second that, Chair, and hopefully it'll be for all MPs and MSPs on both sides of the border.
Councillor Maitland.
Well, all I was going to add to Councillor Ferguson's feeling is that how effective are they being? Well, the answer is clearly at the moment they're not being demonstrably effective at all in an area which is absolutely desperate for inward investment, for training, education, capital investment, absolutely everything. We're all desperate to see these things come through. And as far as I'm concerned, what are they doing? Now, I do feel frustrated. I feel really quite angry for this area, who's waited and waited and waited. We have the lowest weekly wages. I don't need to rehearse this, but for people just to sort of say, oh, we note the ambition of governments, do you know, that's not enough. We should be getting angry, everybody. We should be getting seriously angry.
Yeah, thanks. Well, we're certainly happy to receive an instruction from Council to write to all of our elected representatives, urging them to take this forward and asking them to let us know exactly what they've done in order to try and progress this. Okay. We have a motion from Councillor Wilson, which is supported by Councillor Thompson. Do you wish to repeat what you want?
I think as well, I had said to not note 2.2 and 2.3, but to instead note the significant investment of the 5 councils into the Borderlands proposals and continue to work with both governments to progress the deal. Quite happy with 2.4, but I think that there has been considerable support for the leader formally writing to MPs, and if that is, I'm quite happy for that to be in my motion as well.
The leader, I'm happy to second it on that basis as well.
Thanks. Councillor Hislop and Councillor Marshall.
Could you just clarify, that would be MPs and all MSPs as well, to make sure that everybody's working in the right direction?
You're correct, yes.
Leader, sorry. Can I come in, because that wasn't what I...
Councillor Marshall was first and then yourself.
Can I just clarify, if we're actually going to write and ask them what they've done up to now, should we also ask them what they plan to do for the immediate future as well?
Indeed, yes. I can take that on board. Councillor Ferguson.
Well, we've got on record here from officers and everyone else around the table that the Scottish Government have been actually proactive. It's the Westminster Government at this moment in time who are dragging their feet, and that's why it's the MPs who need to answer the question, not the MSPs. Now, we might not agree with what the speed is and everything else, but at least we're getting something back from Scottish Government. Some of us might not agree with it, right? But they have been responding.
Yeah, there certainly has been a better response from the Scottish Government. However, there's not been any announcement in their budget either about a sum of money. So I think it is actually still a question for MSPs in terms of what, how they will help to progress this, because we don't have any money actually on the table from either government. Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I'm quite clear on this, that we're going to be writing to MSPs and MPs about what they're actually doing if they are constituent within the 5 council areas. This is not about Scottish Government or UK Government, this is about MPs. What are they actually doing to support the Borderlands growth deal? And that's very clear to me. It's not about any government here. This is about what are they doing on behalf of their constituents for this really important piece of work.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. I think there's a broad consensus throughout the room here that we need to drive this deal forward. We've put in a lot of work. There's been a lot of things have been said, but things don't seem to have happened. And I'm supporting Archie. I think it is important that we contact all MPs and MSPs from on both sides of the border as well, and find out what is happening. Because really, again, as Councillor Maitland said, the region could really do with this money and this investment, and it's incumbent on us to at least find out what is going on and where we're going to go from here.
So are we agreed to the motion proposed by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Thompson? Yeah, great. Well, thanks very much for that, and for the Council's agreement that some of our frustrations be expressed, because I've certainly found that some of our partner councils are a bit more timid in expressing their frustrations, so I think it's good that we take the lead in pushing forward with this. We move on to item 9, modernising the council, the transformation programme update. This report presents members with a further update on activity and progress of the transformation programme 2018 to 2023, which was agreed at full council last year. The council decided to engage with service users, partners, residents and staff during October and December 2018 on an agreed outline proposals for implementation for the 2019-2020 and 2021-22 budget. The report presents a summary feedback on the participation and engagement programme. Council was presented with an initial outline of the transformation proposals on the 25th of September, and work has continued to developing and refining these. Copies of all business case templates will be made available later this week, I believe, to assist members in their budget considerations. The report goes into considerable detail regarding the individual responses to the consultation, which I'm sure were of entertainment value to some councillors. The Chief Executive is able to assist with any questions members may have on the report, as are Kirsty Peaton and Derek Crichton. And I'll open the meeting up to members' debate. And Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Leader. We're facing some difficult times, obviously, where the budgets are, facing this council at present time, and probably across the United Kingdom. Now, looking at reading some of the members of the public's comments, it's quite interesting to see. It's always seen me coming to the top. There's the members of the public are not keen to see the white sands. They're not keen about the DG1. They want less elected members, as I've been picking up. That's been in local press recently as well. They're concerned about the roads. They want to privatise and outsource the leisure service. They feel there's too many senior management within the council, and picking up this in the pages as well. As I've always advocated a charge for youth beats at this area committee, and I've had no seconders or backers in the last few years, so it's always up there. And also picking up as well, it's a number of pages as well, is the bin collection services, are looking at the refuse service as well. So people are quite concerned about that. There's a lot of ideas there, and it seems to be the White Sands and DG1 are coming up there. And elected members, they're wanting to cut elected members as well, but that's not a decision that this council can take, but that's a decision that the Boundary Commission can take. But I'm getting it quite, from my constituents, they're wanting less elected members.
Yeah, as you say, rightly say, that's not actually a decision for the council, and it would be something for the next boundary review. It's not something that we would be able to take any sort of decision on ourselves. In respect to the other points that you have made, I'm sure your group will reflect on these when you bring forward your budget. Malcolm Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. I've got to say, a lot of the proposals or suggestions from the members of the public that are coming across here are actually very practical. But I think what's came out in some of the meetings I've been at, where people have been showing the budget app thing, and they've been working their way through it, is I think you may be opening a wee bit of a can of worms here, because most people seem, and it's reflected in this document, that people find it difficult without a bit more detail to get the nuances of the effects that it's going to have on changes going forward, especially given the budget cuts that we're facing. And people seem to be coming out loud and clear that they're really looking for a sort of more streamlined and more focused council. And I just wonder what's going to happen when financial reality bumps up against the council plan, and presumably we'll maybe have to have a look at that going forward. And the other thing is, like all these other votes that we've had over the past period, that people are getting the impression that they make their feelings known, they make representations. I think it's important that we are seen to act on these representations. But all in all, I think this exercise has been very good, engaging with the public with the budget. I think it's been excellent.
And certainly in terms of streamlining the council, some of the issues which come back from the Transformation Board will be measures which will take forward some of these sort of suggestions. So anything to add to that, Dave?
Simply to confirm that yes, it has engaged the public. I think we should be very pleased with that. We should clearly acknowledge the contribution the public have made. In terms of understanding local government finance, there are many people in this room who have been at that for a long time and are still finding that a challenge. So I think we have to be realistic the extent to which this exercise was ever going to result in an informed public, but I am clear they are a better informed public, and therefore there's a clear appreciation of the challenge this council faces, and that's in a far better position to have informed the public, given them that opportunity. And the fact that over 900 people went through the exercise that we all agree was difficult to submit a budget, I think is a real testimony to this council's endeavour to ensure that the people of Dumfries and Galloway are engaged in this work. So I would simply endorse the comments that Councillor Johnson makes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James, followed by Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Chair. I thought the app was an embarrassment to us. It lacked functionality or information. Complete waste of money. I mean, I tried to, I made my budget on it, and then I tried to award Councillor Drybur's EE&I even more money than it has at the moment, and couldn't even do that. So you lack that type of flexibility. So I think people are looking for us to be accountable. I think there are too many of us, and I know that we can't alter that, but we can take a position on things that we can't alter, as we've done earlier today. So I think we should do that. And instead of the app, I mean, I think people are keen to engage in a way, and I would like to offer the possibility that we have a competitive app whereby people can win money if they produce money-saving ideas for us.
Any comments on the app?
I think this council recognises that technology is something we need to be better at, we need to embrace it. There was a degree of concern to the extent to which the public would engage with the technology. I think the evidence proves they have. And at the same time, for those who had particular requirements, we provided the hard copy opportunity. So there is clear evidence that this has been a success. Individuals will have individual views, quite rightly so, but the overall position is that that's the case. Therefore, we will continue to review, we'll learn from this, and of course, at the end of the process, we'll take on board the direction from members you wish to take going forward in the future. But I would certainly be clear that the app and the technology has been very successful, and it's opened up a far more inclusive engagement approach than we've had before.
Thank you. Councillor Bateman, followed by Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. Yes, I'm perfectly happy to recognise that there has been greater engagement, and I think a wider engagement. I mean, there have always been enthusiasts for the budget. You know, the same people poll up and really want to engage, and good on them. But those enthusiasts, I think, do feel cheated because it is a blunt instrument of necessity. It's difficult to do, to get the level of detail and granular detail in putting together a budget. Otherwise, if it was easy, my God, people wouldn't be worrying over next February, which, you know, obviously everybody is. So let me say that I echo the sort of censor criticism of parts of the app and think, how can we actually take forward and give people who really do want to engage properly with the detail of it more ability to do that attached to the app. I think we need to do that. But I'll also say that lots of things have come through. The issue about the number of councillors, I have sat through so many COSLA presentations indicating to us that we are the most underrepresented country in the EU. Underrepresented. Not overrepresented, underrepresented. Now, you could argue that people actually would like more power devolved down to them, and I wouldn't disagree with that. But in terms of actual representation, we are underrepresented.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Leader. I'm not quite sure if I did the same budget simulator as Councillor James, but having lived in other local authority areas who have carried out similar budget simulated exercises, I think that this, the one done by this council, certainly shone in comparison. And I think that it's testament to the fact that the engagement was so high over all age ranges, was the fact that it was a device and a method so readily available and so easy to use. There is a couple of computer games where you can do a train simulation, you can do an airplane simulation. I think that they're much more simpler than actually driving a train or flying a plane, and that is the whole point of a budget simulator, is that you're not getting into the nitty-gritty of the budget, because we take about 7 months to do that. It's about actually making sure that there's a comprehensive way of trying to make a budget up in something that is as easy as somebody can do it in the time it takes them to get on the bus to work and get off the bus at their place of work.
Thank you. Councillor Sloan, followed by Councillor Hislop.
Thanks, Leader. What I honestly believe what we need is for the general public is a wee bit more honesty than what we're having at the moment. We read within these papers that the council are unable to deliver the range of activities that it does currently and will achieve outcomes in different ways than it does currently. We'll still be focused on children, vulnerable people, and sustaining our communities. That's every service we provide in those three. That's every single service. So we're going to be still focused on them. So that's like telling people out there, well, you're not going to be making cuts. There is going to be cuts. Thanks to the Scottish Government, we've got 17 to 19 million pound, I believe, to find. Now, we've got to be honest with people and say that's going to hit the most vulnerable the hardest. I'll certainly find it totally unpardonable to make any cuts.
Thank you. Yeah, good point. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it's maybe something similar to Councillor Sloan. It's the wording of some of this report where 310, the findings in the simulator, the three areas of spend with the smallest savings applied are the three areas where our council already allocates the majority of our budget: primary, secondary, health and social care. You go to the appendix and they're talking about cutting 5.7 million, which is the highest cut of any service. Yes, I understand it's percentage-wise, but to read that statement as a member of the public who doesn't understand, if I was, we're steeped in a lot of these budget things, I would actually think that the public had said no cuts to any of these three areas or very little, whereas I think it comes to about 13 million that the aggregate score for the public budget is. That's a significant amount coming out of those three services. And then we've got the highest cuts are coming out of various other ones. I'll give you the customer and digital services is second highest in the list, but then we're talking about 500,000-600,000 for the other ones. Percentages, yes, they're taking more out, but figures, I think, the way it's been written, it's sort of indicating that things are going to be all right in some services because we're not going to take much from them, when in actual fact, even within what the public have said, it's significant figures that we need to actually achieve.
Any comment on that?
Yes, I think, Councillor, that you've picked it up right, in that the figures shown in Appendix 3 in the column is the actual figures of the average that people have taken from those budgets. So whilst
much of the additional feedback through focus groups or community conversations was around looking to make the least amount of savings from the big three, if you like, education and health and social care. In actual fact, within the simulator exercise, people were taking from those three areas, even though it was a smaller percentage than maybe in other areas, they were still reducing those budgets in order to achieve the total.
Thank you. If there's no more questions, I'd have also asked Paul Clark to come down. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Graham. I didn't know. Yeah.
Thank you, Leader. Just to say that I think this exercise, that one of the big positives of this exercise has been to bring to the public's attention the volume of the money that we need to save. Because you go to community councils and you talk about these figures, it's totally alien to the most of people out there in Dumfries and Galloway. It's figures, sums of money which they've never come across. They don't know. We're sitting in here, we're kind of involved in it. I've been involved in the budget. I've been in the council 12 and a half years. I'm still involved in the damn thing. But it brings it to the public, the volume of the problem that's there, the size of the difficulties we're having. And they do appreciate now easier or better that we have to make these cuts. And that the size of the cuts is quite eye-watering. And I think that's been one good side of putting out this potential, this computerised thing. I haven't tried it yet, but I'll maybe have to get round to it.
You've also got Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Thompson. Paul has come down to tell us a bit more about what the specifics of the budget settlement is as it looks at the moment. We've had information yesterday with a breakdown on a council-by-council basis, but I'll take Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Thompson and then invite Paul to give us his analysis of the current situation for the next year's budget.
Is it me? Yep, thanks. I'm on Appendix 3 again. I think it would be good to put some context into this if we would know what the percentage of the responders was, the number of the responders. So, for example, I'll take the first one, it's the easiest, the health social care one. That might be one person saying, let's chop 5.7 million. And because it looks there as though this is, we need to understand how many of the respondents are actually suggesting these things.
Thank you. The reduction shown in the third column there, the reduction in pounds, is the average across all 913 submissions, or should I say, sorry, it's split by public in the top in Table 1 and staff in Table 2. So the average for all submissions is what is displayed in the third column. Now, what members can have access to, and I think I've mentioned that slightly in the report, is that the data can then be sorted by age range and by ward. So political group leaders can have access to that data, and you can extract, there's a lot of data that sits underneath the very high level information that's displayed in Appendix 3. And I imagine it may be something that members wish to see in greater detail around what the different age ranges or areas have taken as the average. But that is the total average of those that have taken from those budgets.
Can I come back in, Leader? Yeah, I think my point, though, is that unless we know the number, right, because it might be the average, yes, absolutely, right, but it might be the average of 10 people. I think if we're going to be making budget decisions based on figures, we need to get a real perspective just exactly how many people are actually supporting that, because there's a natural assumption here that everybody has cut something off everything. That might not be the case.
It's the average of the number of people in each category, isn't it? It's not an average of 10 people, it's the average of all the people in that category. Again, I think the information's in there. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. I had a go at the simulator myself just to sort of see how it worked, and just on that table on page 175, it was clear that there were limits beyond which you couldn't take any more savings even if you'd wanted to. So some of the areas there, it looks as though people are saying, well, for example, the top one, we would only take 7% off health and social care, but you actually couldn't take more than a certain amount off, for example, primary or secondary education or whatever it might be. There was a kind of lower limit. which wasn't always the same percentage for each option, if you like. So I don't know if it reflects what could have been taken against what was actually taken on average in terms of the limit of what could have been taken. So I'm wondering if next year, if we're doing something similar, it might be an idea to have the sort of scorched earth scenario where it's like, this is the minimum, and then the public tell you where they would apportion any monies towards above and beyond that in terms of additionality of service. So that would be more in line with the priorities. So maybe rather than see how much you can save, it would be, here's the minimum, where would you spend the money? So I think it would reframe it a wee bit differently. Maybe that's a different way to look at it.
I think the problem is, obviously, we have a statutory obligations to deliver certain services, and therefore we can't cut those and still fulfil our statutory obligations. And that's limited some of them.
You've confirmed the position, Leader. Thank you. That's the challenge, but quite clearly we'll review lessons learned, different approaches. This year we needed to ensure, firstly, the app worked. Secondly, we got people engaged, and therefore made it as simple as possible. We can now add various additions, I have no doubt, with the abilities of technology before us. However, we need to ensure we don't overcomplicate and as a result disengage the public. But quite rightly, these are all options we need to consider while being mindful of our obligations to continue to deliver services, albeit to a minimum standard. So therefore, we can consider that as we review arrangements for next year.
Okay, Paul, can you give us the horror story, please?
Thanks, Leader. Yes, I think probably the first thing to say is that anything said this morning is provisional. We received the budget document last night after 6 o'clock. I think the fact that it came out then is reflecting the position that the Scottish Government were still looking at some errors and issues to iron out. So these figures are provisional and may be subject to change. In terms of the impact of the settlement on the revenue side, on a like-for-like basis, there's a £237 million reduction in the level of funding available at local government in Scotland. What that means for this council, we're still working through the details, but overall, the figures that you've got at paragraph 3.11 of this report are largely unchanged, and I think that's disappointing. I felt fairly prudent, particularly prudent, I think, in our estimates of the funding reduction from this settlement. I'd certainly hope to come back with some good news and some positive news at this stage, but unfortunately, based on the details that have been announced, the funding gap that you're seeing in that paragraph is largely unchanged. We'll come back to members before the end of this week with further detail on the exact figures, but it'll not be materially different to what you've got in this report. In terms of capital, very similar. It's broadly in line with our previous predictions. Again, it reflects, once you take out money allocated specifically for early learning and childcare, and also some reprofiling money that's been returned to councils, again, you're looking at a like-for-like cash reduction in funding available. Again, we had anticipated that to an extent. I think, based on our current analysis, we'll be £360,000 better off next year than previously reported, which is obviously a very, very small amount in the context of our capital programme. So as I said, it's bad news. It's unfortunate that we're not able to come back with something more positive at this stage, but we'll give members a more detailed briefing in terms of the overall budget position before the end of this week.
My interpretation of the figures that came out last night was, in fact, that our settlement is cash flat, even including the ring-fence monies for 1140 hours, certainly in revenue terms.
Yes, that's largely correct, but I think it's important to recognise that from that cash flat figure, you need to set aside ring-fence monies for health and social care, for early learning and childcare and so on. So in terms of what it means for our budget
so
savings,
a reduction in real terms in terms of the money that we're able to, the funding we're able to control, it's reduced by something like 1.7% in cash terms.
Yes,
around about that.
Beyond that, yes. Yeah.
Any questions for Paul? Councillor Hislop.
I must admit, I haven't been paying fullest of attention to the budget recently, but have any of the shackles been loosed on us, or are they still all in place?
I think we're even more shackled than we were. Councillor Maitland.
Well, could I be absolutely clear about that in terms of the teacher ratios? I wasn't absolutely clear that still was. We were still shackled on that one.
There is money to retain teacher-pupil ratios. Now, I don't know whether that's Scotland-wide or whether that's on a local authority basis, But there was funding to maintain, that was part of the ring fence funding, was on maintenance of teacher-pupil ratios.
It's just really to confirm what the leader says, that we received a letter from the Cabinet Secretary which sets out the details of a settlement, but also details what's expected in terms of Council's approach to the budget. And it says things like maintaining the teacher, it says there's money specifically to maintain the teacher-pupil ratio. You're not allowed to go beyond 3% in terms of your council tax. You need to pass on the full funding to health and social care, things like that. So it's in that letter.
Any further questions? Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, questions were asked about the percentage and how many people, but I think when we start looking at the contextual responses, I think we start to see just exactly where people stand, and there are many of them in terms of their responses. I'm just looking at one in particular just now. 112, primary school education is of grave concern. I'm seriously worried about the safety of our children. Understaffed and very limited specialty support. We need classroom assistants back before a serious event takes place. Only last week I attended a joint safety committee where, you know, the report before us was talking about the number of violent incidents that had been in primary schools to staff, and the emphasis again was on classroom assistants. Whether we should bring those back, and I know that's maybe pie in the sky in terms of what we're looking at, but nevertheless, I also got copy of an email and understand that one of the MSPs, Colin Smythe, has tabled a motion in the Parliament asking for no cuts, and I hope that that would be soon discussed and debated. But I would hope that we could get behind that MSP, because you know, when we read some of the responses, and it was more or less what has been presented to them, was you can have any colour of car you like as long as it's black. It's the Henry Ford, you know, where we must make these savings. And that may be, you know, one perspective, but the other one is to say enough is enough, and perhaps through COSLA we can have a joint effort to go and say to government, look, enough is enough. And maybe we will be voting on that shortly. I hope we will be.
Well, certainly was discussion at COSLA on Friday, so COSLA is not happy with the position either. So I think there will be further debate with the Scottish Government on this, and indeed there'll be alternative budgets will be proposed in the Scottish Parliament. There will be negotiation between the different parties. This may not be the final solution, let's hope.
Chair, when you say that, is there an appetite within COSLA and the authorities to actually go to the Scottish Government and say that enough is enough? And is that the appetite? Is that the general feeling? Are you able to say?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, Councillor Davidson would be able to advise us better on that, because he attends the COSLA leaders. Certainly within the Labour group there was a considerable amount of distress about it.
I would recommend on that point, Leader, certainly there is disquiet across the board at COSLA without a shadow of a doubt. The facts speak for themselves. At this point, Councillor McGregor continues to negotiate because we are at stage one of the budget process. Councillor McGregor is the resources spokesperson for the whole of COSLA. At this point, that process continues, which indeed it has to. The government is a minority government. It has to get its finance bill, its budget passed. It remains to be seen whether it's capable of attracting support in its current form. So there are a number of conversations that have to be had, both with the government and with the other parties in Holyrood, to put forward the case for local government. COSLA is certainly absolutely resolute about doing that. And while there might be some political differences, there isn't any particular difference on that issue.
Councillor James?
Yes, how bad do things have to get before we call to scrap Holyrood so we can get all our money here directly to solve our budget problem?
Well, that's obviously a position that certain people might take. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it's a minority administration, and I'm not having a go at anything. If it doesn't go through, what is the implication for us next year, financially? if they can't agree a budget up there, is it the same as we have just now, and is that better or worse because we won't have the implications of various policies to put in?
The legal status is that the Scottish Parliament has to set a budget. So it would either be, they would either sit until they set a budget, or administratively a budget would be set. So the default position is that if the Parliament is unable to set a budget would then administratively have to be set. But they cannot not. They'd have to set until they set one, I think, is the rule of Parliament. But it'd be good to see if that was tested. But they're a bit like the Council, you cannot not set the budget. So therefore how long that would take may well be another Brexit issue.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. It's just a small point to Councillor James with his remark regarding funding. It's just a reminder that the Scottish Government is in fact trying to mitigate the horrific austerity welfare cuts from Westminster, and unfortunately the Scottish Government are having to choose part of their budget to mitigate the bedroom tax and the two-child cap. And if we were not having to mitigate such abhorrent policies from Westminster, we would indeed have far more money here at local council.
Any further questions for Paul or Derek or Kirsty on this item? Well, yeah, congratulations. Thank you. I think we've got the recommendations. Recommendations are to, hang on. I think we're all for noting, aren't they? Just note we're to note 5. I am informed that lunch has arrived, and it is Christmas themed, apparently. And do you wish to break for lunch at this point? Okay, so we can have half an hour. Will half an hour be sufficient? Okay. Members will be aware that the campus will now not be ready for handover to the Council until February. However, I am sure we all agree that handover should not take place until we are absolutely satisfied that all errors have been rectified. Members will also note that the Scottish Government Futures Trust have appointed GLM to undertake a review of what went wrong in the commissioning and construction of the campus. Members also requested details of the cost of the decant of staff and pupils from NWCC and the process for their recovery. Due to the confidential nature of the recovery process at this stage, these details are being presented in a separate exempt item. I hope these will be able to be made publicly available at a later date, but meanwhile I would ask members to respect the need for confidentiality while we are continuing our discussions with South West Hub and Graham's. Gillian Bryson and Barry Graham and Paul McCulloch are here to answer any questions members may have on the report. Graham Bell.
Thanks, Leader. Yeah, yesterday I was invited to attend through Gillian and Barry Graham and Councillor Inglis and Goosty and myself and who else was there? Someone else from a Conservative group was there yesterday. It's interesting to see that the progress has been made within the building. It's a great building. It's obviously taken a long period of time. But one thing is that I'm quite concerned with, obviously, we don't want this building opened. We want it opened and absolutely 105%, everything's going to be right, because health and safety is very, very important. But I think you're working hard towards that. Well, I was getting an impression just from the contractors themselves. You really are on progress and you're doing a good job. But going back and stepping outside, going back into the car parking area later on in the afternoon, it seems to be the tarmac area seems to have a problem there. It seems to be needs to be attended to or looked at. It seems to be either sinking or is there patching works needing to be done there?
Absolutely. So as part of the defects identification, some of the areas of tar work have been identified and those will be addressed prior to completion.
Come back in there again. Is it two base coats you're doing 75 mil?
So there's a lower coat in car park areas. It's more than that. The top layer is approximately between sort of 75 millimetres. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fairbairn.
Thanks very much for that. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Bell. It was me that was there with you yesterday as well.
I apologise.
I'd like to kind of reiterate what Councillor Bell said and thank Barry, Gillian, and Paul wasn't there yesterday, obviously, but I think it was Stephen. Thanks for the very positive tour, and it's good to see the progress you're making. And it was actually good to see the building itself and the fabric and what you've done and the progress you've made to date, which I'm very, very pleased about. So thanks very much for that.
Yes, I've also been around the campus on more than one occasion with other colleagues. Last Thursday, Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Lever and also Councillor McKee. And I can confirm, I can agree with the other members that there's clearly been a lot of hard work done. And I think it maybe gives some idea to the scale of the work that needed to be done. But the rigour with which council officers have checked and rechecked any repairs that have been done, any rectifications been done, has been checked and rechecked. I think we can have confidence that nothing will be signed off until we are absolutely sure that the mistakes have all been rectified. Councillor Surtees.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I'd just like to thank the staff, all three sitting here today, and those behind the scenes. I think it's been an amazing exercise of consultation with the children and the staff, and the way that they were able to express themselves and take part in the planning for moving back into the school. And I think that will serve us and help us to settle everybody back in 2019. And I think it's been extraordinary effort under the circumstances, and especially with the staff shortages that are around at the moment. So thank you.
That's endorsed by all members. Councillor Lever and then Councillor Nicholson and Councillor McKee.
Yes, as you said, we actually went around the school last week, and I was very impressed by the degree of inspection which was going on with everything. Everything's been checked, double-checked and triply checked, so I think we can be confident that the school will be totally safe. But I'm still very concerned, I'm very angry, the fact that a contractor could hand over a building of this size with so many defects in there. I know GLM have been appointed to do a local review as to what went wrong with this particular building project. But it isn't just this building project, it's the projects right across Scotland which are having the same defects. So I think the Scottish Government should really think about having a nationwide inspection before they begin committing any more money to large-scale projects.
Councillor Nicholson?
I won't go over the same concerns that Councillor Lever's mentioned, but what I'll say is, apart from going up North West Community Campus, we were up Marks Watton High School, and we had meetings with pupils, teachers, and the children in the classes themselves. And what impressed me really was the positivity now that's starting to come in, and the pride that they actually were as a school once more. And they had very definite thoughts about what they wanted to see happen, and they had very definite thoughts about the information that was going out there that was false as well. And they want to take part in a very positive message that they feel is being missed within that. They think, they're really looking forward to go to North West Community Campus. After the message they was getting back from there, we were getting back, was the one about, not too soon, wait till the exams, and I think that's very, very important. There's still a few niggly things, that's happening, and but I mean, these things they understand that, and I was very impressed with the children and the teachers' forbearance with that, and the closeness of each to another.
Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. We've also met with the Parent Council as well, and I'm going to the bingo. But I think generally, I think that it's been shown a great deal of community spirit and community coherence, and I was extremely impressed with the young people we spoke to. I thought they were remarkably mature and sensible. That it's a community which really does deserve a first-rate building, and I think we are all committed to ensure that community at last is delivered the sort of building that they deserve. Councillor McKee?
Hi, thanks, Chair. I would agree with everything that's been said regarding the present situation. What I'd like to ask is, are you comfortable with the people that's been selected by the Scottish Government to undertake the work and to look into what's gone wrong on this site? Do we have faith in them?
Thanks, Chair. To answer that question, yes. So GLM are headed up by a chap who's a fellow of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors and was involved in the investigations into the Edinburgh schools. So he's very well qualified and very well placed to undertake this work.
And I think also to answer Councillor Levy's point, I think some of that will go back to the Scottish Government as well. It's not just for us to learn what went wrong here. Presumably it's also to make recommendations to Government with regard to the commissioning of the building. Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Leader. I know people are centering in a lot in the building, but I have to say my main concern was always the young learners who were put in not a good position, and I think it's the credit of the staff and the parents, to be fair, that we've got as good as we can get a compromise to make sure that we're minimising any disruption to their education. And I'm particularly worried, and I'm pleased that the work done by Barry and the team were instrumental in making sure that the secondary 4, 5 and 6s who won't have a second chance were actually accommodated and helped through that process. And I think for that, and that was where I put my primary concern in the whole thing. Building's a different matter altogether. I was more interested, how do we make sure these youngsters actually get to maximise their potential? And I think there's a huge credit has to go out there for the staff and the parents and the pupils themselves, how they're taking this forward. So it's kind of well done from me.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Leader. I suppose lines probably get blurred because of what we see every day. So the contractor will be there carrying out works, and we'll be inspecting it, etc. But just for confirmation, really, it's Hub Southwest that will be handing over the building, I presume. So they would have the sign off. That would be agreed between us as the sort of buyer, if you like, and the Hub Southwest as the deliverer, and the contractor, who we see every day, just happens to be the one that's delivering the project for them in order to hand it over to us. So can I be really clear about that? Because that's where it's easy to get these things clouded, I think, just through common parlance and everyday ins and outs. But if we can be clear exactly who's given what or handing over what to who, and just reinforce that, then maybe we can attribute the appropriate responsibility and accountability better in future.
Paul?
Thanks, Chair. Okay, so to be very clear, our contract is with Hub Southwest. We have a DBDA, design and build contract with them. Hub Southwest then have a DBSC step-down contract with Graham's, who are their Tier 1 contractor. With regards to completion and handover, Hub Southwest will offer the building to us, and it is for the authority, the council, to sign the certificate of practical completion on the understanding that they believe the building to be complete in accordance with the contract.
Any further? Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Leader. I would like to congratulate the people on the excellent work they've done, but let's not lose sight of the fact that this item shouldn't have been on the agenda. If the thing had been properly built in the first place, we wouldn't have been here. And so we don't want to lose sight of that, because that is a big problem that we've had, and just want to remind members of that.
And that's why we're being asked to agree that we have a further report when we get the GLM report, that will give us more insight into what went wrong. Is there anything you officers would like to add to the? Okay.
No, thank you, Chair. It's been a challenging period, but the staff and the pupils and parent council and wider community have worked with us, and their patience and forbearance has been, it's been a difficult, but actually in some ways a very pleasing outcome to get to this point with a fully consulted move and transition plan to move back into the North West campus, and I'm confident that the outcomes for learners will be positive in June.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody that's been involved, because I know I'm certainly well aware of the amount of work that had been done since the problem started in September. There's a huge amount of work and effort being put in by council staff from many departments to try and get all this done, and I think we should be very grateful to them for that. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much for letting me back in, Leader. The GLM report, I think we've already agreed to make that public. Am I right? But there will obviously be parts of it that would be sensitive in terms of what we're getting from the members of the public is that they want something similar to DG1, you know, where at the end of it, the report's available so that people can actually see it. So how are we going to manage that in the longer term, not the short term, because I do appreciate that some things will be sensitive and won't be for public sight until it's all done and dusted. But once it is, they need to know exactly what's happening.
It will be similar to Professor Cole's report, is their report. And you'll recall that Professor Coles, for example, didn't issue copies of his report in advance. We had to go to a closed room to get sight of them. So it will be to a certain extent down to GLM as to how they wish it to be handled, I would imagine. Paul.
Chair, just to clarify, my understanding in conversations with Scottish Government colleagues is that this will be a public report. So as we go forward and as the report is finalised, my understanding is that the Scottish Government intend to make it public, and notwithstanding that, to share across the construction sector and the sort of public sector in Scotland to ensure these lessons are learned.
Councillor McKee.
It's just to concur with that, Chair. We agreed a while back that we would not hold anything back to the public on this issue, and I hope that would continue until we were finished. And just to add that I wish we'd done the same thing with DG1. We made a big mistake then. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks. I'm actually heartened by Paul's comments, because that's obviously crucial, the whole thing. You hear the public confidence in what's in the building and the whole process. It has to be paramount here, I would suggest. So thanks for the update. Thanks.
Okay. So are members content to note, one, the information provided, those recommendations look slightly peculiar. Apologies for that. First of all, we'll be asked to note the progress of the work programme and the timescale and arrangements for staff and pupils. So I'm content to do that. And also to note the findings of the staff survey, which was set out for us in terms of what people wanted in terms of going back into NWCC. And finally, we're being asked to agree to receive a further report following the root cause analysis work as commissioned by the Scottish Government and Scottish Futures Trust, which is the report we've just been discussing. Okay, thank you. Can we move on to item 12, which is the DG1 update? This report provides an update for members on actions taken since the full council meeting on the 25th of September in relation to the cost of completing the remedial and improvement works to bring the facility back into safe operation. The report also provides an update on the programme and timeline to complete the project. Members will recall that we asked for options 2 and 4 with regard to the car parking options be further developed for our considerations, and option appraisals are attached. However, I am concerned by the cost of both of these proposals and suggest that we consider requesting a cheaper option be developed and what maybe that could entail. Gillian Bryce and Frank Riley are here to assist with any questions members may have on the report. Can I invite questions? Oh, sorry, it's Richard. It's Richard Greaveson. I've been told it was Gillian. Sorry, Richard. Didn't think that Gillian had grown a beard. Okay, can I? Right, Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks very much, here. And you know, we've been involved in this for a number of years now, and we're getting to the stage now where we're getting to sort of final plans before opening. And I think you're right. I think the two options that were on display for the car parking are looking at, getting into the funding that we've actually saved over a period of time, and I don't think that's absolutely correct to do. I think you're right that we should actually move forward by having a look at a simplified version of how we access and egress the car park, rather than spending all of this money on something that might not work eventually. So we have problems with, of course, in Dumfries and Galloway with 2-hour parking. We don't want to have extra type car parks in that particular area. So I would agree with you that we need to go forward and looking at another option.
I mean, fundamentally, we need to decide whether or not this is a car park for users, or is it a car park for the users plus the general public. And I think the options will be different. If it's a car park for users, it has to be something which deters other members of the public. So, for example, you could have a barrier-operated system, which you've got a ticket or a token when you go to buy your ticket to swim or whatever, or when you go into the facility with your membership card. You have something that gets you back out again. If members were otherwise inclined, you would have to find some way of differentiating between people who are parking for, say, 2 hours in the car park as members of the public, and people who might need a bit longer in order to use the leisure facilities. So I think that's probably, we need to decide, what is we're actually going to ask for. Councillor Lever.
Yeah, I think we need to remember this is a leisure facility. What we don't want is to rush people through the experience of being in DG1. And if we have a fixed term, if you've got several young children, for example, that you need to get ready for swimming and then possibly going for a meal in the cafe later on, 3 hours isn't very long. So I think as long as you can actually prove when you're trying to get out of the car park that you have actually used the facilities, i.e. by using a token or scanning a ticket, then I think that's the route we need to go down.
And we'll also have people using the wellbeing centre as well. So that we'd also, people may not, it may have to be there a bit longer in order to undergo the treatment or whatever they're doing in there. Councillor Surtees.
Thank you, Leader. I'm just looking at page 255, 4.19. We're looking at the first floor and 3 rooms on the second floor, and it's to just clarify whether the NHS are indeed going to be moving into that floor. And it's my understanding that at the full council in September, we discussed well-being for staff and staff across the council, and that floor may be utilised for well-being and fitness and well-being for staff. So if the NHS are moving in, how is that going to be impacted? And if they're not moving in, what is our plan B?
Frank?
Chair, the situation with the NHS is as follows. In recent weeks, we had an approach from NHS Dumfries and Galloway, who once again expressed an interest in occupying what we describe as the wellbeing centre, that part of the building on the first floor. They have submitted indicative heads of terms that are currently being discussed and progressed between the parties. So that hasn't crystallised, but I think there's a willingness on both parties to make that work. But that is to get through the sort of financial process that will ultimately result in a lease to NHS Dumfries and Galloway for that space. In terms of our occupational health people, it is still the intention that they will also have space within the building. And we're looking at where we house them. They're looking for 2 treatment rooms, and that work is ongoing. So in an ideal world, we would have both parties, both NHS, Dumfries and Galloway, and our own occupational health people in the facility.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. It was just really a comment I wanted to make on page 269 under the electric point. I just wanted to thank the team for this item. It was one that I brought up at a previous meeting about electric car charging points. So I just wanted to thank the officers for that, and I'm really pleased to see that the capital cost for the installation was met externally from Transport Scotland and Scottish Government. So I just wanted to thank you for pursuing that, and that we will have that in place. So thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Anymore? Councillor Nicholson.
Just on that, if it's, obviously if we're installing something like that, it'll depend on who's the facility and access to the facility and non-access to the facility.
So, if that's all questions, can I first of all seek members' views on whether we feel that the car park should be available for leisure or for centre users only? It's not necessarily, obviously, because people will be using DG1 to attend the Wellbeing Centre for Occupational Health and to attend the NHS facilities. Can I elicit views as to whether we feel it should be for users only or whether it should be also for the members of the public?
Yeah, I think it should be for users only. Originally, that's what it was for. Just for leisure centre users. So.
Does that meet with the approval of other members? It should be members. Councillor Johnson and Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader. I agree with Ronnie there. I think really the whole point of this is it's got to be a successful facility used by obviously the population of Dumfries and Galloway, really. So people are going to have to travel quite far. So car parking potentially is going to be an issue. And then, as we know in Dumfries, we've got a kind of Wild West car parking strategy at the moment. And I think if we end up making it so that anybody can use the car park, I think it'll be full basically all day, and then people will be really disappointed when they turn up to use the facility. So perhaps maybe within the capital cost of this, it would be interesting to know how much of them, because basically the both options are coming in the £100,000 mark, whether it's the number plate recognition that's the big issue, is it the barrier, but basically further use into looking into it to find out how we can do it and make it just for users of the facility.
Councillor Maitland.
Thanks very much. But obviously we don't have any options in front of us in terms of how that's going to be managed. I mean, I understand why people want it to be available in the first instance to users. I couldn't agree more. But it's not clear how that will be managed. And my instinct still would be to make this part and parcel of a town-wide traffic management scheme. I think you would be much better off using it as part of that, and in many ways a sprat to catch a mackerel. Start off with that. So it's if you could explain to me how you would actually stop people from simply parking there, then fine. But I would much prefer that you made it part of a whole town-wide parking strategy.
I think the idea is it wouldn't be either of these particular options, that we would ask for something else to be worked up. And it could be something, for example, that you have to have some sort of token or ticket from DG1 in order to get back out again. So, yeah. But obviously that will come to the next meeting. I've got Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Martin and Councillor Dempster. Okay, that's Councillor Martin and Councillor Dempster.
No, a simple solution would it not be, instead of having, we've got parking discs for parking in the car park, can we not just give users a different colour parking disc?
Councillor Dempster?
I think there's a private access along there, Chair. We'll need to make sure that that's maintained for users. It was former council building across there, communities at one time, I think, and I'm sure there's one or two private car parking spaces at the rear of that building that will need to protect for whoever it is that owns that building now. And the other thing is, hopefully we're not going to put a proportion of pool cars there, because that was one of the things we did when the facility was first open. There was about a half a dozen or a dozen parking spaces at this end reserved for council vehicles, and I don't think that's appropriate either. I absolutely think it should be for users and users only, and I support what other members are saying.
Okay, Chief Executive, you had a suggestion?
I think there's sufficient time before the next meeting of the council to engage with members to make sure we take both your intelligence from the previous regime and your aspirations, but there are, in consultation, discussion with Frank and Richard, there are much cheaper options. Some of the options in the lie that made it really difficult was actually the cost of trying to pursue people and find out who they were. So I think we want something that's simple, that fits in, but also maximises the attendance. I mean, if this is the building we're trying to create here, we'd like people to spend 6 or 7 hours there to get their treatment for their heart disease, perhaps be trained by our staff, the physiotherapy of our staff, perhaps a swim, enjoy the stuff, and perhaps get some customer contact activities, perhaps some benefits attended to. That was members' intention. That's why I think the seminar on developing the business plan will help members frame exactly what. I mean, I don't know if for some of the new members, the view from the top floor is spectacular, and why the public shouldn't have access to come and access our services with such a view would be great. And so I think that would allow Richard to really pull together a very strong business plan. But I hope we can. I'm meeting the NHS Chief Executive on Friday to try and finalise the deal in relation to the NHS coming in, because I think if we can get the NHS in there, that then gives us an end-to-end product for both our staff and for some of our most vulnerable as well. So we'll bring proposals back to the next council.
Maybe also say that Councillor Lever and I went round DG1 a small number of weeks ago. I feel maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago now, and it was actually beginning to look absolutely fantastic. I mean, it really does look like something that we could be very proud of, and I'm sure will be very much enjoyed by residents and by visitors to our town. And again, to thank Frank in particular for all the work he's done to bring this together. Can we move to the recommendations? We're to ask to note the diligent and robust cost management of the project, and that we still have a contingency budget of around 210k, but Frank tells us that he needs to retain this for anything that may happen in the future. He does need to retain this funding at the moment. We have agreed to request that a further report come to the next council meeting with regard to the parking options, as we are not content with either of those two options. And we're also asked to note the business plan update. Are members content to do so? Okay. Next item is an update on the independent inquiry from the Chief Executive. It presents a second update on the agreed response plan to address the recommendations made in the inquiry report as agreed by full council on the 26th of June. The report covers in some detail the ongoing work of the Executive Working Group and provides an update on progress on addressing the actions set out within the response plan. And Paul McCulloch and Paul Clarkin are both here to assist with any questions members may have. Councillor Dryborough and Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks very much, Ian. I think it shows making good progress towards the end dates of each of the different action points. I just wonder, Chair, if there has been any issues with regarding resources, making sure that this action plan is taken forward. What I mean by that is, has there been any issues with staff, making sure that you had the appropriate staff to do the work that's required, and also the HR policies, making sure that running forward this has went well.
There is an indication that at some future stage we will actually look at resources, but so far we're happy with resources that are allocated.
Councillor Carruthers.
It's referred at 3.25, £20,000. I just wonder what the detail of that was in the PMOs, the costs and the benefits in regards to them, the potential. They certainly seemed like a good idea in the face of it, reading it, but I just wonder if there's any more detail in the way of a verbal update.
The PMO is part of the transformation programme, so the Future Meter Transformation Board members have the opportunity to scrutinise that before it comes back to the committee. So it's one of the themes there about bringing together that centre of excellence of staff. Obviously, through member scrutiny and coming back, members have the opportunity to help shape the role, but the PMO office is our idea of bringing that one centre of excellence together rather than having it spread over different departments. But certainly I think that's planned to come as a report before the next transformation board for members' consideration before it comes forward to council.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for that. That's kind of what I thought. Was it £20,000? Was there any detail on 3.2.5? Just what that was?
Yeah, Chair, that £20,000 is money allocated against the review of the Building Standards Service. So as part of the recommendations made within the core report, and quite separate to the creation of the PMO office, is the understanding that the Building Standards Service will receive that report.
Is that for a member of staff then, that £20,000? Is that what that's paid for? Is it for paper? What is it for? Just the details. It wasn't obvious.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So the money there is to bring in people who have previously managed building standards in other parts of Scotland in order that they can look at our service and provide that update.
Okay. Councillor McLennan?
Yes, thank you, Leader. It's carrying on in this PMO discussion. I note at point 1.12 on page 58, we make the point about the PMO and the transformation programme. I'm just wondering where we've got this milestone at the 31st of March 2019, and we've got this separate report that we're going to receive from the North West Community Campus. I'm just wondering if any of the output from that, if that can be taken into account. And it's how we get that into the PMO, because there will be learning and points coming from that, but we're setting a deadline here of the 31st of March 2019. I would have thought the guidance should maybe include any anticipated outputs from the NWCC report.
Okay, thanks, Chair, and you're absolutely correct to mention that. So the creation of the Project and Programme Management Office, as Gavin says, will be a centre of expertise for construction project delivery. Any recommendations that are made, whether at the turn of the year or into the spring, will absolutely be taken cognizance of and factored into the PMO.
Councillor Maitland?
Thanks, Leader. Mrs. McNasty here. Paragraph 3.2.6. Now, does anybody else find it quite extraordinary that Scottish Futures Trust, who frankly were the architects of the Tier 1 contractor system, the proponents of the gold standard that we were all promised with regard to the development and delivery of this particular development, are acting as to provide challenge and advice. It's really, what actually are we going to get in terms of, what guarantees do we get in terms of value added with respect to the process of Scottish Futures being part and parcel of this?
So, to answer your question, none. The Scottish Futures Trust, we have had recent meetings with them in Edinburgh to discuss the creation of the Council's Project and Programme Management Office. Their expertise from the procurement side in terms of how we procure our consultants and contractors is what we're looking to tap into. As well as the hub model, there are various other frameworks and other procurement methods that they're involved in. So what we're looking to do is to tap into that expertise to make sure that as we create the Project and Programme Management Office, the Council are as agile as we can be.
Councillor Maitland, content with? Okay, Councillor Lever?
Yeah, I think the establishment of the Project Management Office is a very sensible route to go down, particularly in light of what's happened recently. But I wonder, I seem to remember several years ago at Planning, Housing and Environment Services, we were told that Dumfries and Galloway were particularly good at designing bridges. So I wonder whether this PMO could actually act as a consultancy for other local authorities and public bodies in terms of overseeing their capital projects.
Could be source of income generation, yes. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. Can I ask, when will the detailed business cases on the PMO proposal be available for members? It does state here to elected members in December.
Chair, to answer that question, there is a set of business cases coming forward in terms of the property and facilities model for the Council going forward. So that includes a Project and Programme Management Office, as well as a corporate landlord and a facilities solutions side sitting under that property and facilities banner. And my understanding is that all those business cases will be presented to Council this week.
I think they'll come with the modernising, the Transformation Board, modernising the Council templates, which we are due to get sometime this week, so that we can use them while we contemplate the what we're going to need to do in order to fulfil the requirements of the budget. But I think originally they had been expected to be here today, but I believe there's a delay, so we should get them before the end of the week.
Thank you.
Anybody for that? Okay. So are we prepared then just to say that we have noted the progress? Noted, okay. Item 14 is the Young People's Champions Annual Report. The purpose of this report is to provide members with an overview of the activities undertaken by the Council's Young People's Champion, Councillor Adam Wilson, for the period of 1st of April 2017 to the 31st of March 2018. The celebration of the Year of Young People in Dumfries and Galloway this year has been superb. This has been recognised across the country. Youth Beats and Toon Experience were overall winners in the Herald Awards Young People's Project of the Year last month. And although it's not in the period of the annual report, I think we would all want to congratulate our fantastic youth work team and the wonderful young people involved in the delivery of that award-winning project. Councillor Wilson, would you please present your report on the activities associated with your role as Young People's Champion over the past year?
Thank you, Leader. And the trophy that the young people won at the Herald Society Awards is quite spectacular, a little bit bigger than Councillor Archie Dryborough's award, but I'm sure we don't need to say anything about that. Just one thing I'd like to add to this report. I have done the report up until sort of the beginning of December, but at the Dumfries and Galloway Youth Awards that all elected members were invited to, which was our final signature event for our council's plan for the Year of Young People, I outlined our council's legacy plans for the years, and our legacy plans will consist of 4 strands. The first one will be to establish our region's first ever youth council, as reported to SIPL committee earlier this year, by listening to the results of the 10,000 Voices project that has run throughout the year to inform and write our 5-year strategic plan for our young people services, to make the Youth Awards an annual event, and to secure the future of Youth Beats as a major 2-day festival. Our legacy plans will be further detailed in future reports to committee and to the full council report in February 2019. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Driver?
Thank you very much, Leader, and I'm sure it is a lot bigger than the actual award that I actually got. And I obviously like as before, I think Councillor Wilson's done a great job throughout the Year of the Young People, and we see that the amount of input from young people across Dumfries and Galloway in the different areas of Dumfries and Galloway, the different things that have been happening in Dumfries and Galloway throughout the year. I do have one question for next year though. Can we make sure that Youth Beats isn't on the same day as the Armed Forces Day Parade? Because we do have some young people in uniform with a competition, and there was very few people there for that.
Thank you. Any further remarks, comments? Councillor Bell.
Leader, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Wilson and his work taking place and working with the youth. It's it's a great to see that it's taking place across the region. Adam, you've done a lot of work there. We're visiting various groups. I certainly commend that. But looking at page 77, when this dropped out my brown envelope a few days ago, I thought it was a Labour Party document. In page 77, Scottish Labour leader Richard Leonard, Jeremy Covan's right-hand man, and the Labour group members. And then at the bottom it says Councillor Goosty. It doesn't say Conservative Councillor Goosty, and it doesn't say SNP Councillor Surtees. So it's a wee bit of a Labour Party biased document, I would say. We don't need her.
Adam.
I'm sure that Councillor Bell will appreciate that this is my report. It's personally written by me. It's not a Labour Party document. It is simply my report. And the colour red that's used on it isn't actually the official Labour Party red colour.
Councillor Carruthers.
Very similar to what Graham's just said, but I mean, it has got Dumfries and Galloway Council stamped all over it. It's paid by the taxpayers, and I think that floats very, very close to the edge personally. Commend him for all the hard work that he's done. We all know he's a hard-working councillor across the region, not just in his own local ward, but I mean, that is very, very close to the wind.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, Chair, I think there's some petty comments coming out here. I think the basic thing is that people are the only ones that turned up that day. At the Youth Beats, I had the visits, and and Richard Leonard asked for a visit round, but unfortunately Graham couldn't make it that day.
Not socialist enough.
It's actually very petty though, because it decries from what the actual youth beats and you know
I think, can I just say, I mean, in response to these points, that when writing this report, I did not think for 1 minute that the colour that the paper was on or particular words would be picked upon. Actually, what I wanted to get across was the young people who put in a considerable amount of work, but in particular the young people who we have really helped to make a difference for in the region, and that's what I wanted the basis of this report to be. And I hope that maybe if anyone had any other rather petty comments to make, that they might keep them to themselves and actually focus on the substance of the report and about the young people's lives that we're making a difference to.
Okay. Councillor McGregor?
Kind of scared to speak now. No, I commend Adam for the work he's done all year, right across the region. I know how hard he works because he's my ward colleague, and I'm probably away more than he is, but I do know how hard he works with this. The only comment I would make is that we are trying to work in partnership with the Scottish Government on a lot of initiatives. And I know that Marie Todd MSP, who's the Minister for Children and Young People, was at the event, so we should maybe have included her within that.
Happy to take that on board, although I would appreciate it. I have written to the Minister. I'm pleased that she did take the time to come down. However, the Scottish Government have still to detail their plans for the legacy of the Year of Young People. They've also still to detail any funding that will be made available, and I have written to the Minister to ask for that, and would welcome it as quickly as possible. But I think it's important that we carry on with our legacy plans, that we get those up and running, because, you know, we are ready to go for it from January, but you know, we are keen to work with the Scottish Government. It was their themed year, but that information needs to come forward.
Councillor Ferguson?
Thanks very much. The comment I'm going to make here isn't a petty one. In actual fact, I think every single picture Adam's is in, and that's not because it's the Adam CV. It's because it's the work he put in over the year. And I'm getting from young people the length and breadth of the region how supportive he's been for almost everything that's been happening. So I think we need to stop the petty sniping in this one and just commend the man for all the work he's done.
Yes, I concur with that, Councillor Ferguson. It's very obvious at the award ceremony, which at the end of the Year of Young People, how much the young people who've been involved with that appreciated the support that Councillor Wilson had given them. He was widely praised by the young people there for all his work on their behalf. Okay. Any further? Okay, so happy to consider the activities which we've done and agree for us to receive a further report on the Year of Young People at the meeting on the 28th of February. That is actually the budget setting meeting. Are we wanting it on the 28th of February or the regular meeting? I said it. I would have thought it would be more likely to be for the regular meeting of a full council, wouldn't it? Yeah. March. It should be the March meeting. Item 15 is the amendment to the Member Officer Protocol, report by the Head of Legal and Democratic Services. This report sets out for members a draft revised Member and Officer Protocol. The report has been considered by the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee, and the recommendations before us are those of the subcommittee. So Rona Lewis and Nick Evans will, and Ian McKenzie are here. I think Ian is maybe here for the next item, are you? For the media protocol. Anyway, Rona, Nick and Ian are here to assist if members have any questions on the report, and I invite comment or questions from members. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. One my usual comment, another maybe an observation, being a comment, but page 92, 9.1, officers should ensure that inquiries received via elected member inquiry system or directly are responded within 3 working days. I just want a reassurance that we're not moving to EMES in its entirety. I've never used the system, and personally I think it's much more useful to have direct contact with senior members of staff than the EMES system. I presume that will still be the case. That's certainly what the document says. I have a bigger concern with page 88, 4.6, and it's maybe just my own personal contact with a senior member of staff this last week or two. A member has the right to access information held by officers except in a few circumstances, right, can be shown that the members a need to know. The information I've asked for, I don't really have a need to know, but I think that the general public have a right to know, given that it's the council has invested a significant amount of money on a project in my ward. There's been a lot of discussion locally about it, there's been a lot of unrest about it, and I would like to think that I could pass that information to members of the public. And this document says, I don't have a right to know, but I think the public have a right to know, and I'm asking, or I have asked on their behalf. I don't want to be too specific, I can do that offline. I just worry that this document is a mechanism that says to elected members, if you don't need to know, you won't know. But in the case that I've sort of referred to, I think the public have a right to know.
Just to give you reassurance, Councillor Dempster, this has been in place for a long time and it has a very wide interpretation. So as a councillor, or in this instance, because it's going on in your own ward, you would have that need to know. It's really for when people are maybe looking at files, they want to see files that they really have no member interest in, is that protections there. So nothing would change for you getting that information if it's in your own ward.
Thanks, Rona. Thanks, Leader.
Councillor Scobie.
Yes, Chair. I have 2 points to make on the member officer protocol, and it's really to confirm from the paragraphs 2.1, officers are responsible to the council, and their job is to give advice to members and the council, to carry out the council's work under the direction or the control of the council, its committee and subcommittee. Similarly, on 3.2 of the document, in that paragraph where it starts, it is important that such assistance is available to all political groups and individual members equally. And again, 4.5 of the document, similar to what Councillor Dempster has just been talking about, it is essential that members have access to information to carry out their duties. And this right to information is promoted by legislation. And it's really the confirmation that I seek and ratification that this applies to all employees of the council and its departments. That's every department, with no exception, and I refer to the social work department in this case, where it's got a joint role in terms of IGB, but primarily they are employees of the council. And also that members should expect to receive emails answered and telephone calls returned by council officials in accordance with 9.1, which is the 3 days and the 15 if it takes longer to answer any query that's being made. So it's really just to ratify those paragraphs, that is indeed the member officer protocol, and we should expect the courtesy and respect that's referred to in the document that we receive replies from all employees that are employed by the council. My second point refers to elected members on outside bodies, as contained in 6.4 of the document, Chair. Members must be consulted on any other issues which are likely to be of significant interest to the community and their ward. And just to what's been referred to, 6.5, when a meeting dealing with a ward issue is being arranged by an external body, groups or persons, they should be advised about the council's guidance of officers arranging such meetings. I have recently asked in terms of the IJB, where we've got representation, councillor members on that, and it's really to try to get in place a protocol that exists between elected member and members to external bodies. And it's significant in so much as that we had an IGB governance seminar just recently, and after 3 years there is still no protocol in place in terms of the IGB in how it deals with issues. And basically it's so that as a member then I would be entitled to make representation and to ask for a report on issues that affect the ward or the people that I represent. And there is a huge deficiency in that one after 3 years that protocol is not in place. And I think it was Audit Scotland, that came out with their report in November. And that was one of the areas that I identified within the IAs, the integrated authorities, that there is very few with a protocol in place. So those are two issues in the member officer protocols, Chair. One is that we get ratification, that it applies to all departments, that we should get replies from employees. And the other one is the protocol on the IJB and our role as elected members in seeking reports or information.
Okay. In terms of the first one, the Leader for Councillor Scobie, I would advise that the protocol applies to all elected members and it applies to every council officer, no matter what department or who they might be reporting to in terms of operational arrangements. In terms of the IGB, we are awaiting some governance work from the IGB that we would like to bring to the council in due course. So I'll ensure that protocols such as the correct way that members in their ward role can interact with the IGB are included in that.
Councillor Scobie, yes.
Yeah, I'm grateful for the response from the head of legals, Verona, and I hope that can be ratified so that there is no dubiety in terms of my first point. And the second one is it's in the interim, as we're waiting on this protocol, and that's 3 years that the IGB has been in abeyance. And it's really so that we can get some interim arrangement that as a member, then I'm able to make those representations and to seek information, reports, whatever the case may be.
The only thing I suppose that I would add to that is actually for us to look at 2.4, and although it applies to all departments, a member wishing to raise an operational manager should do so with the relevant service manager. So it is not the case that every employee of the council is required to respond to members' inquiries. It should be people of a particular, at a particular level. So it wouldn't be.
Yeah, Chair, I take that point. I don't think we're writing to every member. It's where appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Leader. It's page 92 and 9.1. It's already been mentioned a couple of times. The EMES system. I'm in favour of the EMES. I think it's a good system normally. I think it works very, very well. However, where do we stand as members when the timescale of the 3 working days and the 15 working days is not adhered to? And I found that several times. I've got one at the moment that I'm getting the same response back all the time, and I'm going week after week, and it's like 5 weeks now. So where do we stand as members when it goes way past that and we're still not getting responses yet the constituents are getting in touch with us?
In that case, I would recommend that you do escalate that to the service manager or to the head of service to look at. The timescales for EMES were raised, I think it was at PNR a few months ago, in terms of the performance reporting and whether these needed to be revisited given the staffing pressures in some areas. But that would be a matter for members to consider when that comes back, whether there needs to be some adjustment, particularly to the 3 days, which is sometimes, I think, unachievable for some departments when their staff are out doing frontline work. But certainly I would recommend that you raise that with the service manager or the head of service. Or if it is the service manager and head of service, then the director.
Councillor Blake.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader. Mine was exactly the same point, actually. It was on the 3 working days. It's now becoming fairly normal from one particular director that the 3 working days is put back immediately. Due to pressure of work, it will be 15 days, and there's no attempt to do it. One particular case recently, I have actually raised it with the service director, so it has been escalated, and he spoke to me earlier today about it. The Director of Communities is very much aware of my concern, and also Serena Dunlop, who's heading the working group looking at the EMES, have raised this with us.
I think it has been an experience a lot of councils have had recently, that things are very rapidly escalated to 15 days because of pressure of work in a particular department. So a good point. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. It's going back to Councillor Scobie's actually. The IGB have got great sympathy and great empathy with what it's trying to achieve in there. But maybe I can seek clarification on the clarification he gave on the social work, because it's difficult. It's a difficult system to work through, and it's difficult because what's operational. And speaking to some, I've always had satisfaction in the end, but sometimes you don't get all the information at once, or you don't have the clarity of information because of that might involve the other members of the family that are no longer with somebody, or mums and dads that are partly dysfunctional, and that's part of the casework if you want to deal with one person. Now, I'm not entitled to all that operational information because of it's involving other people that aren't within that particular case. So if that's the case, yeah, I've always had the information eventually, but not full information all the time. So which I'm not entitled to, and I agree with that. So you can maybe clarify the clarification.
Further on that?
I think, often it's, case by case basis, Councillor Nicholson, and certainly there is an escalation there. If you find in a department you have good reason to get something but it's not being given to you, then the director or myself would be happy to intervene and look at that.
Well, no, one of the things is that, I've got to get permission from who's approached me to get information, but even then, it's quite right, I'm not entitled to all that information because it involves different aspects, different avenues.
I think you're absolutely right, and as Councillor Scobie knows, with some of the complex cases he's worked on, I think what the Officer Protocol is trying to get at is you should have an explanation of why you can't have it. I think in the past there has been issues of where the information just hasn't been given. I think the protocol, the essence of the protocol is within that period you should be explained why you can and can't. If you then disagree, the escalation would be through either the director or potentially through Rona. And I think it's perhaps given that clarification that we would expect officers to engage with a member to say, I can't give you this because. And if it's quite simple, there's data protection issues, and then it's not for you to then engage that officer, it's to escalate around it. Because the officer, has been. So I think it's just a clarification of those issues to make it as easy as possible. And what the protocol's trying to get at is you should at least be explained why you can't get it within that period, not just get nothing.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Leader. 5.1 is quite clear that if you sit in an outside body, be that Swestrans or whatever, then you abide by the rules put in place by that organisation. And the last sentence there, of course, is about the personal conduct of a member who's on there, to be civil and all the rest of it, honest and that kind of thing. So I think that's actually quite clear. But where I've got a huge degree of sympathy for what Willie and Ronnie are both actually saying here, and I think we know this is a Scotland-wide issue. This isn't a Dumfries and Galloway issue. Is when the 2 chief executives and others are putting together this protocol for the IJB and the partnership, is can we visit the description of the wholly delegated functions? Because if the wholly delegated function includes the day-to-day management of that, we still retain line management of the staff, which is right. I'm kind of looking at Gavin here to make sure I've got this right. But the day-to-day operational function falls to the partnership. Am I right? Yeah. So we need members to be crystal clear, right? And that includes me, right? Exactly what that wholly delegated function is. And it would be really good if we could get a whole Scotland view in that, I would suggest. And I do know that was raised at the chairs, vice chairs, the IGBs, at the ministerial group. So, in part of the work that's getting brought forward, can we actually see if we can address that in some way?
That was clear our intention when we set out the work, and I think part of the problem comes because it is a partnership and because we didn't transfer staff. That's where the confusion and the work that we've asked that I know hasn't yet been completed by the team is that final bit, which is to clarify. Now, quite rightly, I don't think the rules, in my view, should be any different than for an area committee. Members have the right to ask for a report, and it's for an office to decide whether or not we're going to bring one. But the right, and I think what we've got is who asks for the report. And I think quite rightly, because of the independent nature of the IGB, I would see that as no different to any member of the IGB. And I think we need to stop the council distinction, the NHS distinction. Can be asked by an elected member, a member of the public, about an area of policy concern. And it'd be up to that member to decide through the operational arrangements of that body whether or not they would wish a report to come forward. I think it's clarifying that chain of request. It's not an absolute right, but I think at the moment, I think we're tending to think that, and even the language we've used here, once you're on the board, you're no longer the council's 5. You are the board's 5. And I think if we can close that gap and make that wiring clear, then any elected member would know. And I still think the same issue regards as individual levels. That is not for board members. That is a matter. But actually, if there is a point about a service quality issue or a service-wide issue, then quite rightly that's matters that board members of the IGB should be engaging with people in. And I think it's establishing how that protocol would work. But it's not to allow our member officer protocol doesn't automatically transfer across. And I think we can close that gap. And certainly I've had a very constructive discussion with Councillor Scobie, and I will with our IGB members, but I'll start with the Chief Executive of the Health Service and make sure that diagram comes back.
Councillor Dempster.
I think Gavin just covered the point I was going to make, Chair. The only thing I'll say is that for a long time in this chamber, we had debates, specifically with IGB, with members of this council wanting to give direction to the 5 members of the IGB on how they would want the council's policies to be promoted. And it should be clear that that's not the role these 5 members play. And it was really difficult to get that message across to some members in this chamber, that they think that because it was a social work function before, that somehow we still have control over that aspect of business. And it's really no, and maybe we need to refine how, especially the IGB, the members' role is in respect of trying to get an agenda item to the board or information from the board that is an external organisation. We work in partnership with them. This 5.1 says quite clearly, when members are there, they are there on behalf of the board. They don't take direction from the council or elected members. That was always the understanding that I had when we were appointed to external organisations, that your primary function was to represent the interests of that external organisation.
Can I say, I think that there are 2 issues that I think, not to prolong it through this debate, but there's the issue of members being advocates for their individual constituents. And then there's the issue of the members as a corporate and the council wanting the outcomes that they agreed in the strategic plan delivered. And I think they are 2 separate roles of elected members. And I think if we can clarify that where members of this chamber believe that the outcomes that they have transferred the money and delegated authority across are not being delivered, how are those raised by the council? But the route isn't actually through its 5 council members. There needs to be a way to get that to the IGB as a board. And that is separate from your role as advocates for your local constituents. And I think at the moment the 2 are crossing sometimes. And I think the language needs to be sorted out to make sure we're absolutely clear on which basis perhaps a member is either advocating locally or is advocating because it's something this council has agreed in the strategic plan as an outcome. So I think that's what the diagram hopefully will be able to bring back for members' consideration. I'm not saying you'll agree it, but at least it'll be clearer.
Thank you, Leader. I look forward to seeing it.
Okay. Councillor Campbell, followed by Councillor Nicholson. Councillor John Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I'm just looking for a wee bit of clarity here on page 87, 3.3, where it says officers will respect the confidentiality of political group discussions. But then it goes on to say that members should be aware that this does not prevent officers from disclosing such information to other officers. I'm just wondering, does that confidentiality go from officer to officer, or have we lost that confidentiality?
It's absolutely transfers. It's always very clear that when, in particular, I would meet with members of the administration or members of the opposition groups, any conversations that I have with other officers to clarify information always start with that this was a political conversation that we have had. So that clarity is there. So if any further subsequent officer breaches, then they have breached the code. But it's always, we rely on directors through that cascade to make it absolutely clear when this is part of a political dialogue.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. I agree with Gavin in most of what he's saying, but I still think there's, I think there's a recognition that the IGB is a unique body, and that recognition comes through, especially through the Scottish Government, and they give dispensation for various. But talking about advocacy, we pick members from the IGB to be members of the IGB. As advocates, they've got the knowledge for the council. They understand what's detrimental to the council, if anything overlaps. And sometimes I think that the trust thing as well isn't quite there yet, because you have a whole board, and it's still us and them, where decisions at the health board then transfer over to the IGB. And I know this happened, and I was in the health board before, and I know the systems that were in place there. So I think that it does, need to be solved in some kind of way if we're going to still go ahead with, meaningful conversation. It's not an us and them, but it is something that if any member in here thinks is detrimental, or they've got a view on it, and you've got advocates that's going to the IGB, they're well aware of from the council these, and when I was in the health board, I took up the cudgel because I knew the interlinks weren't right with the council and the health board, and it would be detrimental to go down one avenue or another. So I advocate for that. I always got beat because it's the health board. But the IGB is a different body, and I think that's recognised.
Okay. That's exhausted the discussion on this particular item. So we can agree that we have considered the revised member officer protocol contained in the appendix. Okay.
Could I just get it confirmed that it will be, whether it's in a dicta or whatever, that it is ratified that these are the protocols that exist?
In what respect? I mean,
just on many of the issues that were discussed there, and the principles of what were discussed, that we still would expect the courtesy of respect of response within times, and there was various issues raised here. So that, we're agreeing today that will be ratified by whatever means.
Well, certainly, and the issues around the IGB are going to come back to us. Yeah. So they will be coming back to the council.
I believe that the monitoring officer did support your position, regardless the access, and some clarification myself, and the subsequent report will come back for member consideration in relation to the hardwiring governance document of the IGB, once those officers and the IGB have completed the work.
Okay. Item 16 is more amendments to standing orders. Another report which asks members to consider amending the amendments to standing orders, the scheme of administration and delegation to committees, and the scheme of delegation to officers of the schemes. These proposals were considered on the 5th of December by the Review of Standing Order Subcommittee, and members are asked to consider their recommendations. Councillor Wilson.
Leader, it was just on 4.3.9, creating new common good subcommittees. It just wasn't quite clear. I know that when Andy and Esther committee, we set up subcommittees for common good funds. We also agreed to have 2 community council representatives. I think it would just be useful to make that clear in this decision, that by setting up these common good fund subcommittees, that members, representatives of community councils are also invited along to those. And I just wondering, is that what we're going to do with this decision, or does that need to be done in committee?
I think it's a good point to clarify that and add that as part of the recommendation if members agree, because that happens at the other common good subcommittees that the community council members sit on those.
Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. Adams covered the first part, because I'm delighted to see this particular recommendation here, and I'm sure the local community of Sanquhar will be delighted, because it's caused a lot of consternation over the years, the way there's nothing wrong with it. What has been done, it's just not been done at a local level. That was the issue, and that was always the point that this community raised, so I'm absolutely delighted. The report doesn't say to its specific membership, and if it's the 3 ward members, that would be absolutely great as far as the Sanquhar Common Good is concerned, with membership, non-voting membership of community council members, or indeed other interested parties within the community. And it's something that I'd hope Rona would bring forward, because this, I thought, was initially a complete paper, but it hasn't sorted out the minute details. So I think that would be, in my case, what I'd hope for the 3 elected members, substitutes, because it makes reference to that in here, and community council involvement. That would be great. The only other thing I would say is in 4311, finance and assets, a financial status report produced quarterly. That's brilliant. I think it's 2 years since I've seen a Sanquhar Common Good one, and I had the need to raise a financial issue with Rona about related funds. Rona did a tremendous job resolving that, and I'm absolutely delighted with the solution she's proposed. And I hope the same kind of solution applies to accountancy fees for the common good as well. And again, that's something that I'm sure Rona will detail, and I look forward, hopefully, either to a full committee or to an ministerial area committee, or a further standing order subcommittee to tidy up the detail, because I would like to be able to tell the local community that we have indeed moved forward as a council. We've recognised community engagement is what we're all about, and that we will be reverting back to a local common good fund dealing with the local issues. And I appreciate very much the work the subcommittee's done and the work Rona has done in respect to this. Thanks, Leader.
Yes, thank you, Leader. Just to reassure you, Councillor Dempster, I will bring a report to the area committee about the arrangements, and the standing order subcommittee is going to look at the delegation to committees next year, and I think there's a little bit of work could be done to improve the wording on common good committees and how they work within that scheme.
Thanks very much, Leader. Thanks, Rona.
Councillor Davidson.
Thank you very much, Leader. Welcome the recommendations so far as new common good subcommittees are concerned. I'm sure that'll be an interesting new posting for Councillor Stick, Councillor Blake and myself so far as Dalbeattie is concerned, but it definitely addresses a strange anomaly whereby the town has common good property but doesn't have a common good, or never seems to have had a common good fund. I want to make a plea for progress, I think, with video conferencing. It seems to be such a strange omission, and I mean, I've been here 12 years and I'm not quite sure how it happened, but that a region with our geography should be quite as patchy in terms of having the kit, it would appear, in order to make this work as it seems we are. It would surely help all of our colleagues that are a bit kind of geographically dispersed to make better use of their time rather than trundling up and down the trunk roads network for hours and hours for comparatively short meetings. Today perhaps not being a good example. And it might, into the bargain, make us somewhat more family friendly in due course, Maybe not a massive issue for many members, but certainly is an issue for some of us, whereby you couldn't necessarily chair a committee meeting by means of video conferencing, but you could participate in one quite easily. So school holidays are an issue for some of my colleagues, for sure. And some of this, or progress with some of this work, I think, would help improve the way we do business, make it a bit easier for some members actually to participate, and maybe bring down the mileage bill into the bargain, which is bound to be a good idea. So a plea really, I recognise that we have to do a trial, and that should take 2 committee cycles, and that's very sensible. But can we see what further progress we can manage in the next calendar year over and above that? I think it would be welcomed by quite a lot of members.
Councillor Ferguson?
I don't know if I'm just getting older, Leader, but have we withdrawn delegation?
You're quite rightly. Yes, we have to. Yeah. Sorry, that there. It wasn't on my notes, so I didn't spot it.
Sorry, that was my first bit. The second thing,
probably ought to withdraw the delegation just now.
Well,
given we've been discussing it. Yeah.
Aye.
Okay.
Have we agreed it? Aye.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Does that mean I can still keep?
Yeah, you can keep going.
If I must, aye. I'm getting heckled from main benches here. 4.3.12 substitutes. That's a bit misleading when to be a generalisation, because the Dumfries Common Good is every member who's qualifies to be on it. It's on it. So how can we get substitutes?
Apologies if I'm not following, Chair, but is it still not possible there are people on the area committee who are not on the Common Good subcommittee?
No, because everybody who qualified by residency was allowed to go on it, and that was the way it was set. There's anyway, so there's no substitute required there, because they should be on it by right.
But what we're proposing is that it's not by the normal qualification to be on the Common Good. We're suggesting extending that so that it's any of the area committee members who could sit on a Common Good, because there's a particular problem sometimes with the smaller ones that they can't get enough members to a meeting and not core it, so we have to cancel quite a few meetings.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, point of order. Nistale Area Committee has decided Sanker Common Good for the last 20 years. So another member sitting in a Sanker Common Good Committee in Sanker, shouldn't he make a difference?
Councillor Surtees?
Thank you, Leader. Thank you. I just want to endorse the words of Rob Davidson just now. Obviously, I'm very familiar with sleeping in the lay-bys of the A75. Somebody thought I was dead the other day. They banged on the window and everything. I just think that maybe could we please have a robust investigation as to what other authorities are doing, particularly in the rural areas of Scotland. I've worked in the education system for many years, and we've been using video conferencing for years, and I've actually chaired an exam board on video as well. So please let's push this forward so that we can have actual committee meetings using this protocol. The other thing, there are wider implications as well. This is about succession planning. How can we encourage people from diverse backgrounds to be councillors if they're looking at me deteriorating and getting really grumpy? So there are wider, serious political and social issues.
Absolutely agree with you, Councillor Surtees. Councillor Hislop, you...
It was with regard to the video conferencing. Will we have to have new standing orders for that? Because currently someone can ask for a vote to be taken by secret ballot. Now, you couldn't do that with video conferencing, so we would have to tweak those for that. I think it is a good idea. The other thing that we could really do with, as I once did a bit of video conferencing from the bunker up to Cosla, when somebody sits and does this, with a microphone right next to it is very off-putting. So if we can switch off from the main switch the sound, if somebody's actually not just doing this through the meeting, it's quite off-putting.
I have a written protocol for video conferencing that I'm very happy to share.
Excellent.
I wrote it.
Excellent. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. 4.3.7. I'm looking for clarification of the statement that local authorities to establish registers of common good property and to consult with common councils, amongst others. What is meant by a common council?
Apologies for that, yes. Community.
It's a community council, is it? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Don't tell them we wrote that.
Councillor Davidson.
The perfect example of a Freudian slip, I suspect. Yes, I have an answer for Councillor Hislop. I believe that some time ago we equipped ourselves for electronic voting, although I don't think we've ever used it, and it must have been back in the days when Ivor was still leader, which is not yesterday. Presumably what we could do is have a little pad or some sort of button, you know, that you could press wherever you are, so that you could cast your vote secretly. Of course, that would depend on us all getting around to learning how to use the electronic voting, which might happen in the next term of this council, perhaps. And you have won a coconut, Councillor Giusty. But maybe when we're looking at technology, we might like to go the full distance and learn how to use some of this stuff as well.
Any further contributions? Okay, so can we agree that we have considered this, despite being late in withdrawing delegation? Okay, item 17, I'm sure Councillor Carruthers has been waiting for some time. This is a report from the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee, who reviewed undertook a review to help to improve our support to vulnerable people through improved data sharing arrangements. And I think, Ian, do you want to say a few words about the report? I know you're going to volunteer to answer questions.
If you don't mind, do both, if that's okay, Leader, if the Council accepts that. I think it's tradition and practice. It's only about half an hour or something I've got set to the side, so just to get his back for all the questions you've been asking this afternoon, extending the meeting. I'll boil this right down actually, just to a few minutes, because if you read the frontispiece on page 139, page 3, so there's a slight this has been so fast changing such a pace. There's some amendments we'll have to make as we go through, and unfortunately, the very last paragraph that take away my signature. We weren't actually able to even ratify it because the things were moving so fast, and Councillor Maitland and I had to actually be in Stranraer for an integrated joint board meeting when this meeting was going on. It should have been ratified, so unfortunately that didn't happen. So that would be one small piece that would be removed. We need to adjust some of the recommendations on page 141, I think that is. We'll ask for that if we didn't. But so I could read the forward, and that you would have got the gist after reading the report, just what was going on, what's been happening. But I'll avoid that because I'm sure everybody will have read that, and I'll go to page 149 or page 13 of the actual report. I think it kind of summarises the workload, what we did and where we got to and what the drivers were behind it. So the analysis, what members identified during discussions. I'll keep this as short as I can, and I'll pretty much sum it up in this way. So the main benefit is to improve the service that is delivered to clients, that being the health and social care in particular. Adult social care was our focus, but it obviously goes wide on that because the health service, or 85% of what they actually cover, was covered within this multi-agency sharing of information. So the following issues identified through workshop discussions and improvements, and if improvements are made with information data sharing, then benefits can be realised. It goes on faster hospital discharge, self-explanatory, but I'll read it anyways. The sharing of information can assist with work flowing planning and early notification to improve hospital discharge to people's own homes. Ensuring people are able to return to their homes faster is evidenced, as well as improving their recovery and their mental well-being. So there's a massive positive straight away. And when we first seen it, I suppose it was probably the integrated joint board members that really were aware of this, and we brought it through the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee. But because sitting on the Health and Social Care or the integrated joint board, working closely with Health and Social Care Partnership, we were aware of some tensions, some culture problems, and how the sharing of information could be better and the difference that could make. So assist clients to remain in their own homes, which is aligned to the strategic plan. The aim is to support people to remain in their own home before moving into care. The ability to jointly schedule visits, activities and treatments can ensure an even provision of service to individuals. That is a big thing for individual service users, ourselves, our parents, our grandparents, so on and so forth. Joint scheduling, what a simple thing that is. What a simple thing for the sake of being able to share information. On occasions, it has been noted that visits from different services can sometimes happen in blocks. So same people turn up to provide pretty much the same service at the same time when they could be doing it in either jointly, a better way, a workload sharing and so on. The ability to schedule, reduce duplication, and deliver a joined-up approach service will improve service efficiencies, as well as providing the client with regular contact, therefore tackling social isolation as well. And the last thing, and it was the least thing on our agenda, was actual financial benefits. There will be financial benefits to the Health and Social Care Partnership stroke the Integrated Joint Board, so the Council and the Health Board as well. We should expect to get some financial benefits for this, but whether we do or not was not material at all. So we felt very much it's putting our workforce and our service users first and foremost at every occasion. That's what led us. That's what led us through this whole, that was our agenda. So that's what I think we've got to. So we got hold of this, what was certainly perceived as a cultural problem. We took it very seriously. The Health and the Council got involved heavily. They were very honest with us. They were open, they were transparent, and they came up with solutions. They ultimately came up with a solution and told us what needed to be done. And they just jumped in with both feet, and it was fantastic, the way everybody helped. So come back to the recommendations. So the first recommendation is electronic information, sharing data systems. Slight changes, not sure it will be enabled to share basic information by the end of 2018, and we'll actually put a date in that because we've got that confirmed now, talking about the pace of change. This should include the assurance that information sharing agreements are in place and improved by Dumfries and Galloway Council Legal Services, because that was the quandary we were under by the end of December. So they're at the point of being agreed, almost, and with the buttons ready to press, ready to go for the 7th, so week commencing Monday, 7th of January, that will take place, so we're ready to go with that. So that's the amendment we'd like to change there, if that's possible. Recommendation 2 is Dumfries and Galloway Council, again, will, not should, they will ensure the reporting and monitoring of the transition phase, which will include staff from the Council and NHS Dumfries and Galloway sharing increased amounts of information through a secure system. Now, that refers to the 31st of December 2019. Now, that's absolutely fine, because that's what we agreed with, was to have a framework in place that the information would be shared amongst parties, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, then I'll shut up just with that information sharing and how it works, just so it's quite clear in layman terms. But we said there'll be a year's transition. So once we get 7th of January, we'll have a year's transition to allow that to focus and embed and see the benefits that come from that. Recommendation 4, to make full use of mobile technologies for practitioners in the field to access and update data for clients. Now, again, that's been updated. That's by October 19. So we're talking inside a year now. We'll have that done. More than happy at that. That is a fast-paced, big difference from what we thought initially. So again, we can confirm that, and we'd like to move that, change that recommendation. I think recommendation 5, to develop a single consent process for clients, including a review and update process for additional permissions and changes to circumstances. We just don't know if there should be a date in that, actually. That seems a wee bit long, but that's so important in regards to getting this consent process, stroke consent form, is what we felt. So going back to some of the points that have been made earlier, so what you had was a GP that couldn't access information from the social worker because different consent forms, so on and so forth. Well, that was a big stumbling block. So somebody wanting GP refers to needs information, say they're even doing a teleconference, whatever type of care home technology they're talking about. So they'll be talking, now some GPs are talking to their clients over the telly, over the phone, over Skype, whatever it may be. And they weren't able to access information for the social work department or vice versa. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So I think it's important that so we just put an emphasis on that. Don't put a date on that. That is continuous. That'll be ongoing. That'll be so. Anyways, that's what we'll come to. The last recommendation here is actually through improved data share and maximise the opportunity to schedule work across the council and NHS Dumfries and Galloway in the most efficient and effective way to benefit the users. Again, that comes back to the 31st of December 2021. We just like that to be continuous, ongoing, keep the pressure on. Let's not put an end date on that. That should be, we're at a point now, let's keep that trajectory in an upward direction, so we're making improvements, seeing improvements for the benefits of our constituents or service users, parents or grandparents, so on and so forth. All these people that are using these services. One last recommendation, then I'll speak very, very briefly, because I'm sure Jane's wanting to say something about this, is just a recommendation for the sake of getting authority from the full council to get behind this corporately, so we make sure that this is happening, is that the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee, we ask that we can do it, the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee to do the sentence, but we want to be absolutely clear that we've got the corporate backing, and that's what I think we're all for here. So we ask the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee to monitor the implementation of the 6 recommendations above and report back to the full council in a year's time with an update report on progress and improvements. That's pretty much by a very, very small amount. I just want to add very briefly to what was the problem. So this is how we explain it as in layman's terms, and I'll leave it at that. Happy to take any questions, but I'm sure Councillor Maitland wants to say a few words as well. But I'll just say one very small point. So you've got a selling point, you've got a portal. So what we've had is a thing called clinical portal. That's what described as, so if you go online shop, you've got Amazon, there it is, say it's a portal, that's the end of portal. You've got a number of businesses that can access that and sell their services away, so on and so forth. So we go in and click and access that portal as an individual, purchase, so on and so forth. If purchase orders go out, it all transfers and it works automatically. So what NHS has got is this Amazon, this clinical portal, as it's called. So it's just a hub in real terms. And they've got 8 different mosaics, you could say, as being described within here, that actually feed into that. And they can share that information, put parameters on, they could restrict information, so you could say that the Chief Executive can access all, and I don't know, a domestic can access almost none, but it's the parameters are put on at the right management level. Now, out with the 8, you've got 3 services that currently are not accessing that information it's sharing, and that is children and young people lifelong learning, the part that lies within the social work department. You've got adult social work themselves, and you've got the police and fire. I think it is actually, but the police in particular. So they 3 should really be linked there, should be a loving across linking into this. So in simple terms, I just wanted to explain that, because that's how simple this problem has been fixed in real terms, but it's been a 4 or 5 year frustration, and we're finally getting to the point, and it's because every time we've spoke about it, we've addressed it, we've got everything behind it, they've realised that there's a real feeling from the whole council, not just Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee, because that's always been conveyed out with from the whole council that there's a need to make this happen. I'll shut up at that, Leader. Sorry I didn't take any that's why I've not asked so many questions, because I knew I'd have a chance to have a little bit of a rant and vent, get any points I wanted to make in regards to this in particular. So, happy to take any questions, but keen to hear what Councillor Maitland's saying.
Councillor Maitland, do you want to add?
You'll be glad to know that I will be very brief, simply to say that I do commend what the Chairman has said, and to say to you that progress has been glacial, seriously slow. This sort of thing was being talked about with single shared assessment, I mean decades ago. And all that I'm saying, I think, is to echo Ian's proposals that we get the whole council behind this, so that staff feel fully empowered to drive this forward. And if we could have your full endorsement, Leader, this would be immensely helpful, so we can go and say, look, everyone's heard the issues. It's about improving services for our, particularly at this stage, elderly and vulnerable adults. It will, of course, extend wider, and I would hope very much, please, that we could all have your endorsement to this.
Questions for Councillor Carruthers? We've got Councillor Young, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to congratulate everybody on the panel. It sounds very needed and very comprehensive. If you're sharing data, obviously you must store it somewhere. Who's responsible for the data security in the system?
As I'm aware, it's individual parties. There's licences, as we've spoken about recently. That was one of the pressure that have to be bought and agreed. But ultimately, it's individual parties. So whether it was police, it'd be police. They set on the side at the moment. The council would be responsible for the 2 sides of theirs. The NHS board would be responsible for their eight aspects of that. So I'd say it's ultimately it's their responsibility, each individual party, and that applies across the health and social care partnership. They're responsible for their own legal frameworks.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Leader. Ian, thanks very much for this. It helps focus the mind on the thing. Recommendation 5, I'm just going to ask, do you expect to include things like power of attorney, guardianships, and, God forbid, a standard mandate for any elected member, whatever level that is, to come forward, so that we've not got a plethora of different types of authorisation from people to speak on their behalf or inquire on their behalf?
I would come back on that. I mean, that's not the intention of that recommendation at all, and I mean, I think that could be taken up through a different format. I think there's merit in what you're saying, but what we were looking at in particular was, so when somebody for social work comes in and, or even you got your GP, and okay, they need to share information, whether it's with the surgeon, whether it's with somebody's delivering foot care, whoever it may be, they need that level of information. So you should automatically, they should ask you for your consent, and there's a list of different people they would share that information with, either paper or electronically, and you would sign that consent form. Now, there was a blockage there in particular between the health and social care, so that stopped that access and that sharing of information. It was more just about that one aspect, about the consent form and how that was hindering the delivery of that service and after the rollout of this programme. I think the points that you're bringing up are relevant, power of attorney, so on and so forth, but I don't think that wasn't our driver, and we know that is very much promoted to, say, the stars and such like, so people are coming from acute care back into community setting. They automatically promote all that type of stuff, whether it's a will, whether it's power of attorney, they do all that stuff automatically. It's part of their remit. We didn't touch on any of the stuff we spoke about earlier, either what was brought up in regards to IGB and about bringing reports forward or anything like that. This was just about the customer, the client, our constituents, whatever way we want to describe them, and how we could best see the services being provided across all agencies for them. They came first and foremost.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. Thanks, Councillor Colours, for those very comprehensive comments. I think I've got two questions. The first one is, what guarantees do we have for this happening between the Council and NHS? I think, certainly we've spoken about the IGB recently. I think that, Councillor Scobie has referred to about the years in the making of coming together for sort of protocols to be brought forward. Every university in the world accesses academic literature from just two systems across the whole globe, and every university in Scotland signs into the same Wi-Fi because they've all came together to work together. So I just think that, the progress is so slow in this area that what guarantees do we have for that happening and happening by the timescales that are, on paper here, but also as outlined by Councillor Colours. And just saying that I think that he had said about audit risk and scrutiny continuing to monitor this. I just wondered if we could get some governance advice on where that sits. I think there is a role for the Council to endorse the work that's happened here, but also to keep an eye on its progression. I just wondered, is there a way in which, if audit risk and scrutiny want to continue to monitor this, and quite happy for that, but I think it's important that all members, if Council is going to endorse these recommendations today, to make sure that is fed back to the appropriate committee. I think it would be quite useful to get some governance advice on that.
I think maybe I'll just answer maybe, but you can answer the governance stuff, obviously. But I mean, that was the whole point, the guarantee of success. So you've probably got the same thoughts going through your mind as what was going through our mind. So this has been a long, drawn out process in as far as not sharing. So we picked up it in real terms in April, as you can see, through the summer, through the recess and other busy things that were going on. And we've come to a conclusion fairly quickly, but that's why this 7th recommendation is in there, because we have the same concerns. Do we think if we just left it go now, it would go on and float away? We don't believe it's got that momentum yet. We think maybe a few months, 6 months' time, it will have that momentum. And that's again why I've come back to answer, I suppose, your second point. The council corporately takes control of this, and so we're quite happy for the council to look at this every 3 months if they wanted, if they felt it was that important. But we felt it's very important that we keep an eye on it, because it's a piece of work that we've done. We'll monitor that automatically for the next year for probably the same reasons that you've just raised your concerns, I would say. Is that, has it been delivered yet? No, it's not. We're at the starting point in real terms. We're way beyond where we were a year ago or even 9 months ago, but not at the place where we need to be. I'd be more than delighted for the council to look at this every 3 months if it felt that appropriate.
Councillor Hislop.
Chair, to me it's rather disappointing that we've actually had to do this report. My understanding, the idea behind the IJB was to bring health and social care together so they could actually talk together and deliver what we want out of this. You know, has it been a failure, the IJB, in the fact that it does seemingly can't even achieve this simple thing of being able to talk to each other? It disappoints me. And what actual influence will we have? Because we heard members say earlier that it's the IJB is a autonomous body and we have no influence over them. When members go there, they speak for the body, they don't speak for the council. So what influence will this report have in actually achieving the information sharing?
That'll be for me to answer again, I would think, really. So thanks, Ivor. No, but I mean, it's a valid point, and we discuss all aspects. I will touch on this because one of the things I didn't talk about is actually Audit and Risk Committee of the Council grabbed a hold of this. Now, the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee, I should say. The Audit and Risk Committee of the IJB have now got a hold of it. And Audit and Risk Committee of the NHS Board have now got a hold of it as well. So it's running in 3 parallels, and they're pushing very, very hard. So for disappointing, absolutely. It ran for years and years and years and years. It ended up in the pampas or the long grass, whatever way you want to describe it. It should never have happened. But they have the reassurance, you have the confidence. Agree to the recommendations today, this will happen.
There are systems. And what we're saying is that we've got to ensure that we live up to our side of the tripartite bargain. And our job is to ensure that we are not a blockage to the sharing. I would absolutely just endorse the recommendations, and I'll raise it with the Chief Executive of the Health Service, Chief Operating Officer of the IJB, that meeting on Friday, and we'll agree to how we'd report back. And I think on the governance issue, I do think Audit and Scrutiny have a duty to follow up on their own recommendations, but actually we have both the annual report of the IJB from the Chief Operating Officer and the Chief Social Worker's report, in which members in appropriate committees can receive assurance that this is actually being done. So there's mechanisms there to ensure that we do it. But I think the most important thing is just to tell staff to get on with it. I think what hasn't been mentioned is the underlying risk. The underlying risk in this is fairly high. The NHS see it because they save a life. But from the council's perspective, we could be fined a fortune if we get this wrong. That's why I think it does need the corporate approach, full corporate backing, so that we can deliver it. So, but I think I agree with members. I agree with the recommendations. I will confirm it with the 2 other chief officers, and we will come back to you on the reporting mechanism.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. It was really just get clarification on whether this should have been subject to an impact assessment at this stage, or will that be taking place once it's been presented to the health service? Because, I mean, in recommendation 5, they are talking about developing a single consent process. The other one is as well, how does this align with other regions within Scotland, or even the borders? Are we going to be able to open up data access to these other areas as well?
I mean, I think, no, I mean, the way it's designed at the moment, so we're not ahead of the game in Scotland. We're behind the ball. We're behind with this. IJB and Dumfries and Galloway is ahead with a lot of things, but with this, we're quite far behind. So we can quite open and transparent about that. The wider sharing information with other integrated joint board authorities, I don't think that's even been thought about yet. As far as this is concerned, this is just we can. So there's mechanisms in place already in which NHS certainly shares a lot of its stuff with the national. Ken, it's already there. Going back to the 8 that already talked to the portal. So if they can talk locally to the wider agencies within Dumfries and Galloway, they will be able to share that, subject to consent from the service user. They will be able to share that information where they feel appropriate. So, I mean, I think what your concerns will work already, but we just have to get this piece here up and running first. I would.
Just to come back in on the impact assessment, at what stage do you foresee that taking place?
That's beyond my brief. You'd have to ask. We have got, whether it's governance or if it's Sheila or Andy that would actually talk about impact assessment. I would imagine it's positive, Andy, for what we've seen. The impact of this working is positive. There may well be negatives, I think, but I think Gavin's touched on that. That'll be it. I don't think, and that's a risk around about information, the wrong information getting into the wrong hands, you could say. But I would think, other than that, it's very positive.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Leader. Gavin actually gave me kind of the assurances I was going to ask for about how we take it forward. The short answer to Ivor's question is if the IGB are of a mind, they direct the constituent bodies to work together. A recent example is in the Learning Disability Strategy that it's coming forward. And the other thing in relation to Andrew's question there is that the Health Service is a Scotland-wide database. Quite rightly, I think it's UK-wide. But the social work one is quite rightly Dumfries and Galloway, except for, God, maybe keep me right here, some of the MAPA stuff which is shared across borders, but the vast majority of the social work stuff is kept within the boundaries.
Councillor Nicholson.
Sorry, I think Ian covered some of it. It's just that I couldn't understand, and I understand Gavin saying about the difficulties, in the legalities and the safeguards and that. But we actually are in system just now with the NHS in very difficult very difficult cases through social work and the NHS. We've also got the police involved in different aspects of it. So we've got systems there. And I know some of the legalities might be different in some of the things, but in the end up, we've got systems there that we're confident in, or we wouldn't be using them. So, I don't understand what the issue is really.
The problem is we gave it to lawyers, right? If you want the honest truth. And therefore, the risks are really great in information sharing in the current environment. You've only got to look at the named person. Actually, what the strong message from elected members today is, just get on with it. We accept there's risk, but actually the benefits of sharing the right information, the right type of individual outweighs that. And that's a very clear message, so we just get on with it.
Okay. Councillor Carruthers?
Great, that's fantastic. I'm hearing that agreed. So if you don't mind, Leader, I'll certainly catch up with the amendments that I made, if make sure that they were captured, the seventh recommendation as well. And it's very, very, very remiss of me to thank the staff and the members of the committee for all the hard work. I should have done that right at the offset. I misread my notes. So I'd like to thank them officially.
I was going to ask if you were content with the recommendations, which is to consider the findings and agree the recommendations. There was some discussion as to whether or not we should endorse these recommendations, and would you prefer the recommendation to actually include that the council endorses the recommendations?
I would, if we can agree or endorse, or agree and endorse, whatever way we want to do it, the recommendations, I'll make sure, or the I's are dotted and T's, and I'll add that, I'll make sure the recommendation 7's added as well. Pick up in a minute at the next meeting, Leader.
Okay, are we content to do that, to agree and endorse the report? Thank you.
I've lost a second.
I know, item 18 is the minutes for approving and noting. Unfortunately, there are quite a number of errors in them. At one point, Councillor Brodie becomes the vice convener of the Economy and Environment Committee, which maybe a surprise for both Councillor Wood and Councillor Brodie. There's another when the Social Work Committee has no chair or vice chair, and I thought Rona's advice about the fact that they had come forward with errors, and I think your advice was that we should withdraw them and bring them back when they are corrected.
Just to reassure members, it's just been a glitch as we've moved from eGender to Modern Gov. There's been people who have requested copies of reports have been put on as members of the committee. It's just we're just learning the little intricacies of the system, but I'll assure you we'll get that fixed for next full council. And I think the best thing is we just withdraw the whole pack, and we'll bring a new pack to the next meeting, and probably the March meeting we'll bring those. They've all been more or less, I think, very few exceptions. They've already been back to their parent committees for approval anyway, so a lot were just for noting.
Okay, great to that. Okay, so I've got item 19 is any other business deemed urgent, deemed urgent by the chair due to a need for a decision. So I've agreed to take an urgent item to inform members of the effect of the result of the Dean Glenkens by-election held last Thursday, on the proportionality of committees and on the makeup of the council. Additionally, the report advises us, I don't actually have a copy of this report. Is there a report to go around? Have people had a report? I haven't received a report, but I am told it advises us of a vacancy that has arisen on the Civil Committee amongst the teachers' representatives, which needs to be filled. And we're taking this, I propose this is taken next. Ah, right. I never saw that. That's nice. I'm glad everybody else has got that. So I'm proposing that we take this item next before we consider the resolution to exclude the press and public from the remainder of the meeting. So we're content to do that? Okay. So basically, I think it's probably no great surprise that as one Conservative member has replaced another Conservative member, that the membership of the committees is not affected in terms of proportionality. It's obviously down. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair. This is the first time in almost, well, coming up to 2 years that I've had the opportunity to raise the issue of proportionality. I would thank Rona. I have been discussing this with her for a considerable time, and she's put in a considerable bit of work and effort into addressing this issue, but this is the first time I've had a chance to raise this. Indeed, I go back to 2002, 2003, when Tom McCautry and Beth Gordon were councillors. And it's to the point where the members have agreed to maintain their commitment to proportionality, which has been the case, and that members would serve on at least one corporate service committee and one strategic service committee. And again, it goes on to say that they wish to see every member sitting on 3 committees. In essence, the principle has gone forward, but I'm not sure entirely that the proportionality is. Where it comes down to the lowest common denominator. I do not seek places on committees, but I would like to think there was fairness being applied as applies in our standing orders under one of the item 10s. So what I would ask for is a report back on the options of proportionality to come back to the council for consideration, because it does come back down to one, and one not getting a proportion of the overall council. I would ask for a report on options that for consideration.
Just seeking advice that it might be appropriate to take that through standing orders. Yeah, okay. Shall we take that? Mm-hmm. Councillor Wilson.
But Leader, as a council, we've taken the decision to go for proportionality. I'm not entirely sure what Councillor Scobie wants to change, and I think that, as I've said in the past, other things, if we're going to take something through as an item on the Standing Orders Subcommittee, we need to have what exactly does a member want changed.
I think what Councillor Scobie, if I'm right, was referring to was the earlier agreement that councillors should serve on at least one subject committee, and that's not under the proportionality arrangements that we have. That is not possible.
Chair, that was under the proportionality arrangements, and that has not been changed since 2002-3 time. There has been proportionality brought forward, but what I'm saying is the options in terms of the lowest common denominator in fairness, in proportionality. And I've asked for a report and hope that, whether it goes to standing orders, full council, then yeah, I prefer full council, but I don't have the gift to see where it goes.
Okay. Anything further? We agree to ask standing orders to have a look at it? Okay, thanks. Okay. So, we also asked to, sorry. Yeah,
can you just confirm that what we're doing is legal just now?
We've got advice that the system that we're running just now is legal, and it's up to the council to decide how it implements its proportionality and how it allocates committees. So I have shared that opinion some time ago with Councillor Scobie, so he's aware of the advice that we got from Jonathan Mitchell QC a few years ago on this. But there was a decision a long time ago that seems to have fallen into abeyance about the getting one committee. So if the council wants to consider that, we could air it through standing orders committee, a subcommittee, and get views and bring it back. But entirely in your hands on that.
Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. Just a couple of points. I think we should give Willie the right chance. At least let it go to the Standing Orders Committee, and if it feels appropriate, we'll refer it back up here. At least he'll be able to get a full discussion about it. See, in regards to the papers itself, I've got to ask it, and it's not really being political, but it says the Labour administration's got 11 members. Is that factually correct?
No, the administration has 22 members. I mean, that was the original council, and that's not strictly correct because, as you are well aware, Councillor Dempster was suspended, but Councillor Dempster remains a member of the administration, and he holds his positions as a member of the administration.
Okay, I mean, that's the comment I was wanting, because I thought that was it. I was asking you, Leader, as well, but I mean, I thought that's not really being political, but when I read it, I thought there had been something that happened. But it does say Labour administration there, and it says SNP administration as well, so I take it refers to the membership themselves. But no, if the clarity's been had, I thought we would have read 10 in one though, rather than 11.
He's a member of the Labour Party and he's a member of the administration, and nothing's changed.
Yeah. He's not.
I think we've got to be nitpicking as well. I'm kind of looking at Jane here, but I thought the grouping was the independent group was 3 plus 1, not 3 and 1.
Yeah.
So Councillor Brodie is actually is a member of the independent grouping.
Yeah, I think if we had put political grouping rather than group, it would have been more accurate at the top of that column.
Would it help if Willie joined them in proportionality?
Okay. Right. Okay. Happy to note that membership with the clarifications we've received. Okay. And we're also asked to note the vacancy on SIPL and also that the agreed process to set out the scheme of administration delegation to committees is to be instigated to try and find somebody else to fill that position. Okay. Good. Next item is to consider the adoption of a resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of Section 50A4 and Paragraph 3 of Part 1 of Schedule 7A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Are we agreed? Agreed. Okay, can we get